World War I military troops who died fighting for the Empire, the British Empire. These troops were not buried or commemorated in the same way as their white comrades. And Defence Secretary Ben Wallace apologised in April for this pervasive racism a century ago, and states that we owe it to those whose graves were not properly commemorated and respected. So again, we can see some of the worst effects in terms of what marginalised communities have faced, even when we come to fight for country. And during this event, we will pay particular attention to those military personnel. I want to just say a big thank you to our partners, and I must say, since Khan started in 2017, year on and year out, our partners have recognised the vital work that Khan needs to do to bring about some redress for our communities in terms of health inequalities and all the factors that contribute to those health inequalities. I'm really pleased to be part of Andy Burnham's race panel, the Greater Manchester Race Panel, where we have all of these issues, or many of these issues, on the table in terms of what GM needs to be doing to correct some of these wrongs and injustices that we experience. And as Mike has already mentioned, I was delighted to be asked by Sir Warren Smith, Lord Lieutenant, to be one of his deputy lieutenants a few weeks ago, and I was actually made the deputy lieutenant just this week. So I'm really pleased, because what that means for me is that I could be the eyes and ears of the communities that we serve, not just the Black community, but communities in general across Greater Manchester. So I'm really pleased to be taking up that role as one of his deputies. I also want to pay attention or pay some attention to our communities, and I want to say a huge thank you to the community. The Black community has supported me through my PhD. You know, they were the start of it with the focus groups. They were the people that told me what needed to be done to address health inequalities. They told me they wanted voice. They wanted to be around the table. They didn't want things done to them. They wanted a strategic voice, and they wanted operational, tailored, culturally, religiously, racially appropriate support for our community. So we are working very, very closely with our community, with our partners, to ensure that we leave a legacy where we can actually see the changes that we want to see. I say the PhD, we're all doctorates in this. We all own this PhD. So I'm really, really pleased that it's been done. It's done and dusted. It's in the bag now. And there will be an opportunity for me to share exactly what the outcomes were from that PhD. So I'm sure Charles will say a lot more about our partnerships later on, and lots of thank yous to our staff, our volunteers, to everyone that's contributed to this programme. Just to say that it's jam-packed. I'm going to shut up in a minute. It's jam-packed. There's lots that we celebrate, lots of culture, lots of diversity, food as well. And we'll see some amazing dishes being, shared with us during the course of this event as well. Singing, and I'm really looking forward to hearing Keniva again, one of our stars, who sings for us nearly every time, brilliantly without fail. So enjoy the afternoon, and thank you again for joining us.
Mike, you on mute?
Yes, I was on mute. Can I say thank you very much indeed, Faye? And can I also say that I'll be adding PhD behind my name. And if anybody asks, I'll just say Faye Bruce said I could. The Lord Lieutenant of Greater Manchester, Sir Warren Smith, KCVO, JP, he represents the Queen and the royal family in the Greater Manchester County. Sir Warren Smith is a great supporter of Khan's work and a keen advocate of equality and community cohesion. We're delighted to welcome Lord Lieutenant Sir Warren Smith.
Thanks, Mike, and good afternoon. And yes, Faye, congratulations on your PhD. You are an outstanding individual, and I'm really proud to have you as one of my deputies. When you accepted it, it really made my day. Well, here we are, Windrush Day. Back in 1948, there were two significant incidents. Windrush arrived Great Britain, and I was born. Some of those things may be more important than others. For the United Kingdom, it certainly should have been a celebration, and it continues to be a celebration. I am embarrassed that so many from that first Windrush generation have suffered so badly on their route. And yes, you're absolutely right. We all have to make sure that these matters are sorted out, and sorted out quickly, because a lot of the victims from the original Windrush are now getting quite elderly, and some sadly have already gone. And yes, it is a celebration. Here we are still in our pandemic, and I hate to think where we would have been in this pandemic without the NHS. And within that NHS, a huge contribution has been made by the Caribbean and African communities. And without those, I think the NHS would have collapsed. And it's time more people were educated to that fact. There has been a tragic side to this whole issue. So many of the community have passed away. And it really does hurt when I think that people have died there on behalf of us all and still are not being valued. And it's the same, as you say, for the First World War. These people died so that we would all be here today living a peaceful existence. So why are they not recognised? And I'm embarrassed that I never knew that until the recent history, when it was suddenly revealed that almost 250,000 people had not been recognised. And that, frankly, is appalling. And I do hope there is some way of tracing all those individuals and making amends in some way as we can. I'm Manchester born and bred. My mother was in college in 1945, and she saw Jomo Kenyatta. And that was something that she used to talk about many, many times, because, of course, the Congress in Manchester, the 6th, was a defining moment, particularly for the Black African countries, because it was from there that independence started to develop throughout the African continent. At the time, the organisers were reported as saying they'd come to Manchester because it was the least prejudiced city in the UK. Well, as someone growing up in the 1950s in Manchester, if we were one of the least prejudiced cities in the UK, I would have hated to have seen the worst ones, because even as a child, I heard and saw some revolting things related to racism. And many of the community from Africa and the Caribbean must have found life pretty unbearable. Today, Manchester is even more diverse than it has ever been. It has a wonderful history, however, of diversity. There is a good side to Manchester history and diversity. Back in the 17th century, the Huguenots, the Protestants in France, were being slaughtered by the French and came over here, and quite a large number of them came to Manchester, and they brought with them their textile weaving skills. And if they hadn't come and if they hadn't brought those skills, I don't think the Industrial Revolution would ever have started in Manchester. The Jewish community started to come in the late 18th century, and throughout the 19th century, more and more communities came here. As the Turks started to slaughter the Armenians in the late part of the century, Armenians came to Manchester, and the first church of the Armenian community is here in Manchester. The same happened with the Greeks on the island of Chios. They were being massacred by the Turks, so they came to Manchester and built the first cathedral for the Greek Orthodox Church in Manchester. And throughout the last 200 years, there's been a history of more and more communities coming to Manchester. But what history fails to credit is that each of those communities has brought something to Manchester, has brought their culture, has brought their energy and their industry. And Manchester has prospered and continues to prosper because it's always welcomed people from throughout the world. I'm not saying Manchester is still a perfect model, but I know, speaking to civic leaders, political leaders, church and faith leaders, there is an effort to make something improving all the time. There is still a great deal more to be done, particularly looking at the whole issue of opportunities. I have to say, when Faye and Charles first came to see me about Cairn, I was absolutely thrilled to bits, because here is an organisation with young people with a vision. It was very clear at the very outset, 3 years ago, that they could make something happen. And as we've seen through the pandemic, they really have made things happen. And I'm sure that health will not be the only issue that Cairn is able to address in the future. There is the whole issue of opportunity and equality. And I look forward to working with Faye and her team to see what I can do. I have to admit, I'm getting rather geriatric these days. I'm now in my 70s, but I still have enthusiasm. I still have energy, and I still believe there is a lot to do. And I believe I can make a contribution. And I think Manchester is ready to make a contribution. These are exciting times ahead. There were great social changes in this country after the First World War, when people realised that no matter whether you were high-born or low-born, you could still be killed. And I think the pandemic has brought that back to us, that we have all been at risk during the last 12 months. Some have made more of an effort to get through that risk than others. But what it really demonstrates is when something like a pandemic comes along, we are all equal, and we have to build on that equality. As a final note, I'd just like to add, yes, I've had my 2 injections. And I would say to all those who've not had your injections yet, and you're still thinking about it, it's no guarantee, but once you've had them, I can tell you from my own experience, you feel a lot more confident about life, going out to meet people, to enjoy the world as it should be enjoyed. I have felt at times during the last 12 months as though I've been living in an old folks' home, because I've been shielded for most of that time, but now able to get out and about. And I look forward to next year when the Windrush celebration will be outside. I'm sure of that. So thank you, everyone, for inviting me today. Thank you particularly to you, Faye, for all that you've done and all that I know you will do. You are a remarkable character. I've said this in public before, but I am absolutely convinced there's a lot more to come from you. So good luck to you and your team. Thank you very much.
Sir, excuse me, Sir Warren said, thank you very much indeed.
On this special occasion, we would like to congratulate Dr. Faye Bruce, DL, and Reverend Charles Kwaku Adoy, DL, on their recent appointment as Deputy Lieutenants of Greater Manchester. Dr. Faye Bruce, RN, BSc, PGCE, MSc and PhD. Faye has a particular expertise in and is passionate about addressing health inequalities in the Black, Caribbean and African community. She advocates to ensure that there is fairness and equity across health and social care for the Black community. Prior to joining academia, Faye had several years' experience in the frontline practitioner roles within acute and community settings. She is also the program lead for Masters in Global Public Health at the Manchester Metropolitan University. Faye is the chair of the Caribbean and African Health Network, CARN, a national organisation which was formed in 2017 as a result of her PhD. Faye is an associate non-executive director for Northern Care Alliance and a member of the Greater Manchester Mayor's Race Panel. She's currently Patient Public Voice, PPV, lead for NHS Maternity Transformation Programme, Northwest. Also, Faye is the co-chair for the Greater Manchester and Eastern Cheshire Ethnic Black and Asian Maternity Workstream and sits on the Race and Health Observatory Maternity Stakeholder Group. Reverend Charles Kwaku Adoy, DL, BSc and MSc. Reverend Charles is the Chief Officer of the Caribbean African Health Network, CARN, and a Deputy Lieutenant of the County of Greater Manchester. He sits on local and national governance boards, including MAC, Faith Network for Manchester, SAGE Ethnicity Subgroup, Greater Manchester Voluntary Community and Social Enterprise Leadership Group, and Coalition of Race Equality Organisations. Charles works to bring equity and fairness across a range of important health and well-being issues for people of the Caribbean and African diaspora. He is involved in work that influences the research, policy and practice at local, regional and national levels. His special interests includes blood and organ donation, civic and democratic participation, female genital mutilation, HIV, domestic violence, modern slavery, hate crime and forced marriages. Well done to Charles and Faye. Best wishes on this prestigious appointment.
Absolutely well done to Charles and Faye. Dean Rogers Govinder was appointed the Dean of Manchester in January of 2006, having spent over 20 years as a parish priest in South Africa and in Manchester as well. He took on the role of Khan patron at the end of 2017, and we're delighted to welcome him here today. Dean Rogers Govinder, Dean of Manchester.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Mike, for the welcome. We have two exceptional individuals in Faye and Charles, and how proud we are of you and your achievements, and especially with your most recent appointments as DLs. Well done to both of you. We are so proud of you. We cannot express our joy enough. I wish we were having a glass of champagne or something to raise to you. We can raise an imaginary glass to you to say how proud we are of you both and all that, and of all that Khan is doing in the community. As Sir Warren says, Khan has so much more to give to the community. Your reputation as an organization far exceeds the health sort of scenario. It touches on community cohesion, on race matters, on all the kind of things that have been listed next to your names in the citation just now. So we look forward to greater things from both of you, but also from the organization. Can I just say how proud I am to be one of the two patrons of Khan. We have before us an organization that is making a huge difference in our city region, but also nationally. And we ought to give to Faye and to Charles every bit of support that we can, because their work is absolutely exceptional. And I'm very proud to be a patron. And thank you to Sir Warren for his commitment to Khan and for all that he has done to support this work as well. And also great to see so many familiar faces, Elaine and Mike and a host of others who are on the call today. The program is a very packed program, very exciting program, and I hope that you will all enjoy this program today on Windrush Day. Could I just say that the issues surrounding Windrush Day is they are huge challenges for us in terms of dealing with racism and exclusion, historic as well as current. There's a lot of work for all of us to be doing, and we cannot let up. We have to be consistent, we've got to be committed, and we've got to work together to make sure that our city, region, and our country is far more inclusive, equal, and just for each and every one of us, whether you're black, white, green, or blue, young or old. This country is for all of us, and we're going to stake that claim, and we're going to claim that right. And we do that with love and care and support for one another in the good work that we do for the common good. So have a great day, everybody. And again, once again, a great congratulations to Faye and to Charles. God bless you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dean Rogers Govinder. If I might mention, by the way, we have the chat room open. If you want to comment on anything you hear today, any ideas, whatever it is, pop it into the chat room. If it's a great idea, I will try and use it somewhere in the day. And let me tell you, we'll be having some short films, by the way, about the vaccination campaign. So the first of those will be coming up in a few minutes' time. But next, Afzal Khan is the Labour MP for Manchester Gorton. He was elected in June of 2017 in the general election. He's the Labour cabinet member as a shadow deputy leader of the House of Commons. And we're delighted to welcome Afzal Khan, MP for Gorton.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much for your kind words as always. You're a good friend. And can I say to everyone how delighted I am to be here with you, this fourth celebration that you are doing of the Windrush generation. And like other speakers, I also want to add on my congratulations to Charles and Faye for their academic achievement, as well as the tremendous community spirit they have and the work they do. And I've seen this, particularly now with the COVID-19, the amazing work you have done. So thank you for all that you've been doing throughout this. And I look forward to carrying on supporting you, because from day one of Khan, I've been there joining you because I have been impressed, like other speakers, the wonderful work that you have been doing. I think Sir Warren Smith has touched in detail some of the background and history, and my good friend, the Dean of Manchester, Roger Garvin, has also given us tips looking ahead and the need to work together. Because at the heart of this, I think, is a simple point. We need to take steps towards one another in order to make and enrich our own life. We are the first winners of the step that we take towards one another. I know that my good friend Lord Woolley is here as well, who will also give an excellent speech. He's been an amazing champion for many, many decades, and I've been following and been always been inspired by the work he does. And currently, I work with him in the Parliament and some of the issues, particularly race and education, which I think is a challenging one. I think Sir Warren really touched on the background history, how and what was happening. When I reflect on this, and from someone who's coming from a political background, and you see this actually even at the top level of the political hierarchy, how there were issues, and the river of the blood in a Powell, then even some of the Labour MPs writing to the Prime Minister then saying, you know, how we need to manage this. So you could see this strand. And then when you get to the ground level, you know, those banners of no dogs, no blacks, no Irish, they're all part of this history. And again, I feel that Manchester actually is a progressive city. I have been here many, many decades now, and I've seen the progress of the city, the richness and diversity it also has even today. I think we are exemplary. Whenever there has been social issues, we have always been at the forefront of those challenges, whether they have been within the UK or they have been abroad, and that challenge remains. I remember 4 years back when the whole Windrush scandal broke out in Parliament, I was at that stage shadow immigration minister, so I saw the first hand the actual suffering that was actually taking place. And again, 4 years down the road, even today, we find that thousands of people still have not even got the compensation, despite those promises 4 years ago from the government. So you could see the difficulties. And if you, I think, then look at the recent report which government has done, the Sowell report, again, you see how there is still a denial taking place of institutionalized racism, which of course is clear. All of us who have experienced this, you know, we have the scars that are on our back of seeing this. But then you have in the 21st century government still denying it. So those challenges are there. And I just want to finally say one word, and that is really the role of education. For the last year and a half, you know, I've been engaged with this particularly in the curriculum aspect of it, because I think when you look at the history, you know, whatever good and positive there are, what is important is that our people, our young children actually know the correct history. And that, I think, puts us in the best place in order to embrace the past and the present and strengthen us looking ahead for the future, which absolutely we have to do, which is also important. So that is some of the work that I've been engaged with, and I want to carry on working with that. And I'm always there for you. I want to wish you all the best. Like other speakers, can I say how much I also miss the physical events, but I look forward to coming a few months and in the year that we will be able to actually come together as humans. You know, one of the most powerful things we have is the human touch. And this COVID-19 virus has actually taken this away, put us all apart. We've all gone through a very difficult patch. So I look forward to the day actually we can physically meet, enjoy the celebration, enjoy that delicious food that has always been there. So thank you for inviting me, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
I came for my COVID-19 vaccination. My advice is I want many people to come and take, because it's not very affecting. It's okay. As 70 years plus, I didn't have any effect, and it's okay. It's perfectly okay. I advise many people to come for your life so that you will live long. I'm okay. Okay.
Well, as Sir Warren mentioned earlier, he's had his 2 jabs. I'm delighted to say I have had my 2 jabs as well. I got in a bit early because I've got some underlying conditions and got in there quite quickly. And thank you very much indeed to everybody who's working so hard to try and get the nation vaccinated. It is a very, very good idea to get your vaccination. We've got the first of our bits of entertainment now, and delighted to welcome Kaniva O'Connor, who has got a wonderful song for us. Looks like we haven't got Kaniva. I do apologize for that. If she should arrive, and or if it's a technical problem, we'll try and get that resolved and come back to you. Let me tell you today, by the way, we have a hashtag. It is Windrush Day 2021. That's hashtag Windrush Day 2021 if you're commenting on this in social media. Our next guest is Mark Addlestone. Mark was High Sheriff for the County of Greater Manchester in 2019 and 2020. During his tenure in office, he committed his time to community cohesion and promoting diversity. Mark is also a patron of the African Caribbean Mental Health Service. Please welcome Mark Addlestone, former High Sheriff and Chairman of Beaverbrooks. Mark, you're mute. Bottom left, there we are.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just wasn't allowed to unmute. You've now allowed me to unmute. Thank you, Mike. And hello, everybody on Windrush Day 2021. And I reflect on the time when I first sort of engaged with Charles.
Okay. But the person come out first.
Okay. Well, I met Charles for the first time, and I was actually very moved when he took me to the People's History Museum, and I listened to a poem called You Called and We Came. It was all about the Windrush experience of people who had come over to answer the call and the experiences that they had, and perhaps the dreams that they maybe had that were sort of, the reality was dashed somewhat and was quite different from what they had been dreaming about, maybe in this particular case in Barbados. So I was very moved by that. I met Charles, I met Faye, and equally I want to congratulate both Charles and Faye on their appointments as Deputy Lieutenants. Really pleased, and I really look forward to working with both of them. And Faye, by the way, with you being in Trafford, please join my group. I chair the Trafford district, so I shall be inviting you to our next meeting. So that's really exciting to have you on board. Through Charles and Faye, I met Chris Binns and Jeanette Stanley and many others, and ultimately became a patron of the African and Caribbean Mental Health Services. I actually attend their bi-monthly board meetings. As Mike said, my theme as High Sheriff was one of diversity and integration, and I feel very passionately and strongly about bringing all communities together. But actually, one of the things I feel very passionately about also is bringing each community together, because if we look at the Jewish community, for example, we look at the African and Caribbean community, they are not always so integrated themselves, never mind then trying to integrate with other organizations as well. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I had to laugh when Afzal Khan was saying that he misses the physical touch, because I do too. And Afzal, I really miss our dancing together as well. So hopefully we can get that going at some stage. And just for everybody's information, I also have had my 2 jabs, had those by mid-April. So my experience of being exposed to the Black community over the past couple of years has actually given me a greater understanding of the challenges that the Black community faces as a community. And I believe, I hope that I have a greater empathy for your situation. You know, the learnings I got from Khan regarding Black people's health being more of an issue, disproportionately so, and particularly so including mental health issues. And my experience as chair of the Jewish Rep Council of Greater Manchester and region, I believe can help me support the Black community, should you wish it, to become more coordinated and perhaps less disparate, more together, because I do feel very strongly that together we're stronger. If we're speaking truth to power, if we're talking to the local authorities, GMCA, the CCGs, I think it's really important that we are together, and particularly so in times of so much racially motivated discrimination. Together we are stronger, we have to stay stronger. And so I would like to offer my support to the Black community to just talk about my experiences and just anything that you feel I can help to bring the Black community together to make it stronger. I'm thrilled that you've asked me to speak today. Thank you so much for that. I wish you all the very best, and yeah, I'll be looking out for you. Thank you.
Mark Addlestone, former High Sheriff and Chairman of Beaverbrooks. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Our next guest is Lord Simon Woolley. He's a political and equalities activist. He's the founder and CEO of Operation Black Vote and chair of the Prime Minister's Race Disparity Unit. Lord Woolley took on the role of Khan patron after 2 years of closely working with Khan. He said, "I'm honored to be a patron of Khan. Their groundbreaking work over 4 years has offered insight to statutory bodies and empowerment to Black communities. There's much more to do. I hope I can help." That was his comments, and I'm delighted to say he joins us now. Please welcome the patron, another patron of Khan, Lord Simon Woolley.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for that, Mike. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
What a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon on this, as you said, celebratory day, a day in which we come together to celebrate that generation and my mother's generation, as a matter of fact, and honor the contribution that they made to, in no small measure, transform the United Kingdom. I mean, literally transform our nation to culturally, in terms of the work and the institutions. You know, one of the proudest institutions in this nation is the National Health Service. And the Windrush generation is written in the DNA in the lifeblood of the National Health Service. My own mother gave the best years of her life, Mike, to the NHS. She has a bad back now, bad back, bad knees. This is the truth, Elaine. She told me that back then, they used to carry patients over their backs and wash them down, put them back to bed. The sacrifice, the selfless sacrifice that they gave must be honored. But you know, whilst we celebrate too of their contribution, it's also a day for leaders to celebrate our leadership. And of course, we can pay due deference and homage to Sir Warren and Dr. Fay. I'm loving it, Dr. Fay. You've earned that respect. And Deputy Lord Lieutenant Charles and you, Fay, you're role models, not just to Black people in Manchester, but Black and white people in Manchester and across the UK. But let me just tell you this, the leadership doesn't stop there, and it mustn't stop there, but not least because what has been highlighted about the present hostile environment that we have. It's very real. Today, we should be having the greatest conversation our nation has ever had, from the COVID-19 devastating impact that it's had on our communities and Black Lives Matters, the hundreds of thousands of Black and white young people that took to the streets. We should be having the greatest conversation about our past, the institutions from the enslavement of Africans and colonialism, and how today they're still delivering negative outcomes for people who look like me. How the past is still influencing the present. It's an uncomfortable conversation, but it's the greatest conversation, the greatest. Because if you are bold enough and big enough to lay bare on how those structures, think about this for a second. How could a nation justify the enslavement of millions of people, justify the stealing of lands, of their resources? How could that be justified? There had to be a narrative, there had to be laws, there had to be a culture, there had to be a religion that said, we are less than. Initially, it said we're savages. But a culture that locked us out and locked others in. We're still dealing with that. But if we are bold enough and big enough, Mike, to deal with it, what do? We unleash talent. We open up creativity. We give ourselves the dignity that we deserve. We make the whole nation more comfortable with ourselves if we have this greatest conversation. But in some quarters, instead of the greatest conversation, Faye, we're having the worst conversation ever. The worst. I find it, Sir Warren, reprehensible that politicians should say, white working class children are suffering because of us. Because we dare to confront systemic racism. I find it reprehensible. You know, you see some white working class kids doing poorly, it's the truth, and it needs to be dealt with. But don't blame us. Why don't these people see, although white kids do poorly, it's Black kids who are twice as likely to be unemployed. It is Black people who are 4 times likely to be laid off in the pandemic. Stop blaming us in this poisonous culture war. That's why I say to you, Mark, we need allies like you. It's time for leaders. Now, and it's not just the so-called leaders. Let me look. Janet, Jacqueline, Jennifer, Joe Williamson, Judy Best, Les. It's time to come out of the shadows and own your leadership space. I see on this call, Faye, there are 94 leaders. 94. You've been told, get more training, wait in line, your turn will come. Charles says, Faye says, Mike says, Simon says, it's our time. Not tomorrow, not next week, now. Step out of the shadows, own your leadership role, transform your community, transform our society. Oh, and here's the thing. I've just seen my good friend Andy, Mayor Andy Burnham, on the screen, and he empowered me to be part of the Equality Commission, a great commission. He will tell you unreservedly, when you're successful, we're all successful. It's not a zero-sum game. Because I gain, you lose. If we can play our role, we all gain. Mayor Andy will tell you, we want Manchester to be that beacon, right? A beacon of empowerment, a beacon of hope, a beacon of resilience, a beacon to tell the world, this is how we do it in Manchester. We leave nobody behind. We don't blame. We don't play the blame game, divide and rule. We don't do it. We're bigger. We're better than that. This is our day, the Windrush Day, my mother's day, Elaine, and yours. Let's celebrate it. Let's feel the most empowered we've ever felt. And I promise you this, we will change our world. God bless you all. You have a great day. Next time I'm coming up to Manchester on the fast train, I promise you that. We'll hug each other, we'll dance. You serve some good food, Care. I need some good rice and peas. And we'll change our world. Thank you, Brother Mike. I love your stewardship. You keep us on track and keep us sharp. But it's a great day. Thank you very much.
Now, a wonderful piece of music performed by Keneva O'Connor. A change is gonna come.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know the change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will. I do hard living, but I'm afraid to die, 'cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh yes, it will. I go to the movies and I go downtown, but somebody keep telling me, don't you dare look that I could carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know the change is gonna come. Oh yes, it will.
A wonderful rendition of a truly amazing piece of music. Thank you so much to Keneva O'Connor. I think this is one of the things we miss when we do Zooms, the ability to applaud as we would if this was a live event in Alexander Park or somewhere, but be assured that was just wonderful. Thank you, Keneva. Now then, Andy Burnham has been the Mayor of Greater Manchester since 2017. Before that, he was an MP for Lee and held ministerial portfolios. Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport from 2008 to 2009, and Secretary of State for Health from 2009 to 2010. We are absolutely delighted that he can once again join us here today. Andy Burnham, Mayor of Manchester, welcome.
Oh, thanks so much, Mike, and lovely to see so many friends on this event. How do I follow Keneva and Lord Simon Woolley, who didn't he just speak absolutely brilliantly, powerfully, movingly? It's very hard act to follow, Mike, but I will try. And the reason I'm late, I'm sorry I'm late, but I've just done a 6-mile run between Bury and Rochdale, and it's proof I'm getting old. I was at least 15-20 minutes later than I thought I would be, so my apologies. I'm slowing up in my old age. I think Nicola Sturgeon's taken too much out of me this week. My energy was all lacking, so anyway, I will get it back at some point. But I'm always honoured to join you, and today's a day, really, first and foremost, isn't it, to celebrate the contribution of people who came on that journey all those years ago, and just remember them and what they have done to build post-war Britain. We had a candidate to lead the NHS last week saying that we didn't want people from outside of Britain anymore. I mean, that is a denial of the history of the National Health Service. Many of the Windrush generation served in our National Health Service, built our National Health Service. Our National Health Service has been built on internationalism, not xenophobia. And, today is a day to say that, to condemn the disgraceful treatment, actually, of that generation and their descendants. But actually also, as Simon encouraged me to do, to be that beacon. And we are a beacon, but we need to shine even more brightly, don't we, in some of the gloom that we find in these times. I am always conscious, as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, of the incredible legacy that the people who went before us left in this city. I've often referenced the mill workers who would not handle slave pit cotton. What a statement 160 years ago. Black Lives Matter, that's what they were saying back then. And they are the people who we have to live up to their values. And then you think of Manchester hosting the Pan-African Congress in 1945 and advancing the rights of Black people around the world. An event, I think, attended by the boxer Len Johnson. I know there's efforts underway to retell his story. I only came across it myself recently. Somebody denied the chance to box for the British title because of the colour of his skin, but he was there with others and made that event a massive success and a great turning point. But that's been our role in the past. Manchester has been at the heart of these progressive changes that we've seen, and we've got to make sure that the modern Manchester remains at the forefront of positive change, that beacon of diversity, equality, as we've been in the past, and we will continue to be in the future. We will call out hate and racism wherever we see it. And for me, I am very conscious that that is what the city has done before. And me in my role, more than anybody, has to kind of carry forward that responsibility into these modern times. And of course, it still is the case that we can be better. We can be better than we are. I said to you last year, Mike, that we would make sure that our response to Black Lives Matter was more than gestures. You know, we live in an era of gestures, don't we? And they're fine as long as they're backed by deeds. You know, that we have deeds, not just words. And so I said that we would take action, and we have established a race equality panel for Greater Manchester, chaired by Elizabeth Cameron, and so many people are involved in it, already doing its job, challenging public bodies, challenging decision makers, making us think about the promotion of equality in every single decision that we take. I'm really pleased that it's up and running. We will bring forward a race equality in policing report soon. We are talking to Simon, and we will begin recruitment soon for our civic leadership and mentoring program in partnership with Operation Black Vote. I see that program as having the broadest possible reach, not just opening the doors to politics and to public life, but also to the business world more broadly. How do we ensure that the top of Greater Manchester society reflects all of Greater Manchester society? Because it doesn't at the moment, and there is a huge underrepresentation of the Black community, and Manchester can't be complacent about this. We all need to challenge ourselves to go so much further if we are to be that beacon that Simon spoke about. And this is the point, isn't it? You know, the cities that embrace diversity the most, the organizations that embrace diversity the most, will be the most successful in the next period. Diversity is our strength, and we're not using that strength to its full extent at the moment. If your organization has representation from all walks of life at every single level of it, you will be better in touch with the public that you serve. That just stands to reason. And therefore, we've got to go faster towards organizations that reflect us all at every single level. Can I just say, Mike, can I shout out to Charles, to Faye, to everyone involved with Khan, how much we value the work you do and the support you give us as partners in the city region. Recently on vaccination, fantastic report, you know, just brilliant actually. But I just want you to know that we value you so much in terms of the work that you are doing. We all have a job to do to put health front and centre coming out of this pandemic. Greater Manchester has taken the decision yesterday to introduce a clean air zone across all 10 of our boroughs, the biggest clean air zone in the country. That is a sign of our determination to put health at the heart of everything that we do coming out of this. We shouldn't tolerate anymore the things that have damaged our health for years, but particularly the health of some of our poorest communities. And we want to work with our friends in Cairn to make sure that that principle is embedded in everything going forward. Mike, I'll just finish on this point, because I've mentioned a few, significant events in Manchester's history, but we are approaching one soon, which is the 40th anniversary of what happened in Moss Side, but also in Toxteth, in Brixton, and other parts of the country. And I think there's a moment here where we need to revisit this and tell the real story actually about what happened, because those communities were stigmatized for years actually, even now as a result of what happened. But if you look back to that period, people there were suffering rates of unemployment that were in the 20%, 30%. It was severe hardship. There was absolutely blatant discrimination wherever you looked in terms of people's employment prospects, but obviously in terms of the way those communities were policed. And I think there's a need here to rebalance things as we approach this anniversary and reclaim the good name of Moss Side for the brilliant community that it is, and the brilliant people who live there, to celebrate them. Many of the people who came all those years ago, the Windrush generation, helped build that community, the strong community that is Moss Side, Hume, and other parts of Greater Manchester. And I think we need to be proud of our communities, proud of the people who've built them and what they are, and no longer accept that we will just have labels put on us, or that Manchester, Greater Manchester will be done down and our communities talked down. It's time to talk them up, be proud of them, make them that beacon, bring forward more positive opportunities for people, as we're going to do with Simon's Hope. Make sure the voice of Khan is heard loudly. Make sure the race equality panel does its job, changes things for the better. Change is coming. And you know why Simon is right? The reason why Simon is absolutely right is because, I can say this without fear of contradiction, the younger generation in Greater Manchester, the under 25s, they don't see the difference in a way that perhaps people of older generations were brought up to see. They will not accept casual discrimination. They, in my view, are a generation that carries with them a huge amount of hope that they will actually change things for the better. I think this is a truly colorblind generation of young people that are coming through, and I do believe they're going to put things right, make positive change for the better, and will help us make greater strides to a more equal Greater Manchester. And I have faith in them. I have hope for the future. We've come through a decade of really polarized politics in this country and around the world. But you know what? It hasn't changed Greater Manchester. It hasn't changed us at all, actually. They haven't made any inroads here. They haven't divided us. And that is such a great thing to be able to say. And now the world, I think, is going to come back together coming out of this pandemic. And we're going to make strides to a more equal society. So today is a day to be hopeful, to celebrate that Windrush generation, to look at the legacy that they've left and what their successors have done, to celebrate all of our communities as we go through this period, including the proud community of Moss Side. And then, as I say, Mike, we build from here, following the work of our Inequalities Commission that Simon kindly served on. We build from here, out of this pandemic, to a much more equal Greater Manchester, where everybody has a good home, a good job, good prospects, good transport, a more livable community. That's what we're all about, where every single citizen and resident of Greater Manchester is completely equal. That's what the symbol of the bee says to me. We're all here together, all colours, all races, all backgrounds. We are all together, and no one in this city region is more important than anyone else. We are all pulling together to work for a better Greater Manchester. You're all helping us do that. Thank you so much, Mike, for letting me join you again today. I will go in training and make sure that my fitness is at acceptable levels next year, so I don't turn up late for the Windrush Day 2022. But thanks for having me, everybody, and I'll hand back to you, Mike.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. You're in good company. Mo Farah had a few problems with his running in the last 24 hours, as I recall. Andy Burnham, thank you very much indeed for all the great work that you're doing for Manchester, for Greater Manchester, for the UK. It won't go unnoticed. Coming next, we have a very special presentation video from Transport for Greater Manchester.
As coronavirus restrictions begin to ease, more people will start using public transport again. That's why we're doing everything we can to keep you safe on your journey. Our Trambassadors are out on the network speaking to customers about the latest coronavirus guidance and safety measures, as well as handing out free face coverings and hand sanitisers. Tram vehicles and stops are also being cleaned with hospital-grade antiviral cleaner. Thank you to all our staff who are working hard to keep our customers safe during these difficult times. For more information, please visit tfgm.com/coronavirus.
Transport for Greater Manchester, one of our partners here at Cannes. Delighted to bring you some more live action now. Deanne Heron has a very special Windrush poem.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. As Mike said, my name's Deanne Heron. I wear many hats. I was born in Kingston, Jamaica, but I've lived here since I was a little girl in the 1960s. So yes, I'm going to share with you. One of my first love is writing. I've had a couple of volumes of poetry published. I'm going to share with you one of my poems today, which I wrote in 2019 originally, but I've changed it a little bit since then. It's called The Windrush Generation. It's quite long, so please be patient with me. The Windrush Generation. On the ship, SS Empire Windrush, rubbing shoulders with war heroes, we came from numerous Caribbean islands of warm sea and sun. The trip across rough seas with our music and rich culture on the spaceship-like Windrush was full of apprehension, but exciting and fun. We arrived on the 22nd of June, 1948 at Tilbury Docks. Then in Brixton, like unwanted rubbish, they put us into hell's claustrophobic bunkers on the ground. After the war, Britain encouraged us to leave our island homes to help rebuild the mother country, where good jobs would be found. Regardless of serving in the armed forces, of education or qualifications, the work we were offered was hard, menial with low pay. But better than no job in our impoverished paradise. So in icy cold and foggy mother country, which many fought and died for, we were forced to stay. In cramped accommodation, we shared communal bathrooms and kitchen. No blacks, no Irish, no dogs. In the damp, derelict rooms to rent. In supportive communities, we survived. In warm, thick coats, hats and gloves, coal fires and paraffin heaters with no fresh air vents. In post-war 1948, rations of corned beef and rock-hard bread were far from freshly grown produce from the Caribbean islands. Back home, we were poor, but good food, whether fruits or vegetables, were easily grown and harvested with our own hard-working hands. Mama said her first breakfast in Britain wasn't delicious organic fried plantain or green bananas with spicy ackee and saltfish, awakening nostalgic memories of our motto, out of many, one people, with Jamaica's national dish. It wasn't coffee tea, sweet chocolate tea, or bush tea. It was simply tea with sweet, sticky condensed milk on brown, not delicious hard-dough bread. Papa said, I was in the British Armed Forces, the British Air Force, the 139 Jamaica Squadron. We had no choice with post-war rationing if we wanted our hard-working, tired bodies fed. Granny, choked with emotion, said, Sunday, we put on suits with hats and gloves, our Sunday best, but had the local church door closed in our faces. Heads held high, we walked away when told Jesus isn't available here for you noisy blacks and other non-white races. I remember Bishop Kenneth McCarthy helped us to set up our own church in 1950 in Brixton, firstly in our traditional West Indian front rooms, praying, reading our Bibles and singing to chase away the pain of racism and the mother country's disappointing doom and gloom. Heart-warming Negro spirituals and old hymns, rocking and clapping our hands, raised our jaded spirits with new hope. Calling loudly on God kept us sane and gave us strength to endure coldness on all fronts and against all odds to cope. Sending money home to feed our families, pride made us write happy letters echoing of streets paved with gold and how well we were doing. Never once hinting of the racism, physical and financial hardships and degradation in the mother country we were enduring. At that time, they say, £100 per week was the average wage. But for Black people, for working twice as hard, out of hours, we got far less. So, with the Partner Savings Club, known also as Box Hand and Susu, we juggled jobs to feed families home and abroad and to pay the bills and endured the stress. They say 10,000 came to post-war Britain in 1954 from the Caribbean, and with our glowing letters to families, numbers quickly zoomed. With partner money, we eventually rented or bought homes with colourful plastic flowers, glass fish in the iconic West Indian front room. I have nostalgic childhood memories of the dark wood blue spot radiogram with drinks cabinet and vinyl records. Sunday morning, Jim Reeves and Nat King Cole. I will never forget the crocheted flowery doilies and large picture of Jesus over the fireplace with outstretched bleeding palms to save our abused souls. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. Deanne, thank you very much indeed for that. Our next guest is Evelyn Asante Mentor, OBE, Chair of Pennine Care NHS Foundation Trust. Evelyn became chair of the trust in November of 2017. She's passionate about tackling inequalities in health and social care and promoting equality and diversity. She's a member of the NHS Confederation Black Leadership Network and was previously a commissioner on the Equality and Human Rights Commission. She's also co-chair of the BAME Advisory Group, NHS Northwest, alongside Bill McCarthy, Executive Regional Director for the NHS in the Northwest. Evelyn was awarded an OBE in 2006 for services to ethnic minorities in the field of health. Please welcome Evelyn Asante Mensah, OBE.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
You're breaking up badly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can. Sorry about that. Internet problems. Well, thank you very much, Mike, for that introduction. I'm not entirely sure that I'll be able to follow it. And Deanne, it's always lovely, absolutely lovely to hear from you. Last time I was on a Khan event with Andy, he'd said everything that I wanted to say and found it really hard to follow him. And he was very inspirational then as he was today. I'm absolutely honoured to be here this afternoon. And it's wonderful to be able to join you for this fourth Windrush Day, the annual day of celebration to mark the enduring contribution of an amazing and remarkable generation, and a generation that built the sector that I work in. The Windrush generations shaped the nature of multicultural Britain, covering the spectrum of public life, politics, the NHS, other public services, business, faith, music, food, fashion, and sports. It's very difficult to quantify their enormous legacy, but we can see it all around us. They've served us all and made Britain a much better place. So it's absolutely right that we take some time to look back at the contribution with absolute pride, whilst also confronting the reality of their dedication and service has not always been recognised, respected, or rewarded. Everyone who's ever been on the receiving end of discrimination knows how painful, hurtful, and damaging it can be, and why we should all seek to eliminate it. It's easy to celebrate for the celebration of the Windrush generation to become sentimental, commemorating the positive stories of people who came at the invitation of the British government and helped to rebuild a country decimated by the Second World War and to establish the NHS. But if we do that, that's to ignore the hardship and the unashamed racism the Windrush generation suffered. The signs, as Deanne said in her poem, in Homes to Rent, that read "No blacks, no Irish, no dogs." The humiliation of those who worked on our buses as bus conductors, whose passengers would leave fares on the seat because they wanted to avoid contact. The pervasive, oppressive, grinding discrimination they encountered in so many aspects of their everyday life. But despite this, the volume of hostility that they faced, the sheer will and determination to ride above injustice, inequality, poor living conditions, and racist attitudes would not deny these heroes, and they truly were heroes. They left the slums behind to buy houses, start businesses, and forge communities new and within wider society, and make significant contributions at all levels of the society. And today allows us to reflect on how society has changed for the better, but also elements. The standing inequalities have been magnified and worsened by the impact of COVID on our Black, Asian, and minority ethnic colleagues, friends, and communities. As a Black woman, it's been really tough seeing the disproportionate impact that the virus has had on both Black communities and staff. And because I work in the NHS, I will take this opportunity to say a little bit more about the institution. We should value the NHS. It's remarkable and it's wonderful. But as the country grapples with the realities of race inequalities, the NHS must confront its complicity in this. Discrimination adversely affects our NHS colleagues, patients, and at its worst, kills, as we've seen during this pandemic. Many of those who came to this country shortly after the war on ships such as Windrush helped nourish the NHS in its early years and became an integral part of its success. And so it's really hurtful and disappointing when we hear from a candidate who's putting themselves forward to lead the NHS to talk and say that we shouldn't acknowledge, or we shouldn't be encouraging the input within the NHS from doctors, nurses, other professionals from outside of the UK. I think it's absolutely despicable. From Black and ethnic background now make up a fifth of the NHS workforce, particularly within nursing and medical roles. The NHS quite simply could not function without them. So it's a tragedy that we haven't been able to do more to redress this unacceptable balance. On the surface of today's NHS is very, very different to the one my mother and my aunts worked in. However, despite a truly tremendous contribution to the NHS over 7 decades, we know that the Black, Asian, and minority workforce, irrespective of their staff group, still face discrimination. It's just not always easy in today's world to see it.
Evelyn,
and enhance
I think we may have
transparency.
to,
But we know that there is no silver bullet. We now have some of the most comprehensive equality laws, and yet inequality persists. It's because culture, attitudes, and behaviours are complex. But if the NHS is part of the problem, it's also part of the solution. And I know that the NHS is making progress and is committed to go further to drive improvements in race equality, both for staff and in the way in which it offers cares to all our patients on the basis of need. And the work that we're involved in through the BAME Assembly, through the development of integrated care systems across Greater Manchester is part of doing that. So Windrush Day has to serve not only as a reminder of our history and everything the Windrush generations have contributed to and achieved, but as a catalyst for urgent action to tackle racism and discrimination wherever it's found. The great the communities have enriched us. They've enriched our shared social, economic, cultural, and religious life within this country. So let's continue to celebrate. Let's continue to tell our stories. Let's continue to challenge and desire progress. Let's continue to be promised. Let's continue to stand together and be proud. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and share in today. Thank you.
Evelyn, thank you very much indeed. Unfortunately, we missed bits of what you were saying because we were having some technical difficulties, but hopefully we were able to get the important bits of what you were saying. Evelyn Asante-Mensah, OBE, Chair of Pennine Care NHS Foundation Trust. A couple of things to mention. First of all, remember the chat is open. I must read this one. It says from Matt Jones, Mosque Care St. Vincent's Housing have set up an anti-racism task force to identify the tangible things we could do to effect change in communities where we live and work. We're very conscious that we must, from a leadership perspective, turn well-intentioned rhetoric into positive action. Matt, thank you very much indeed for that. Must also acknowledge the Assistant Chief Constable Nikki Porter from Greater Manchester Police. GMP is one of our partners here at Khan. Our next guest is Raj Jain, CEO of Northern Care Alliance. Raj is Chief Executive of Northern Care Alliance. He's one of fewer than 10 Black and Asian chief executives of acute trusts in the UK. Raj rejoined Salford Royal in January 2015 to lead the development of the group's corporate strategy, then becoming the Chief of Strategy and Organizational Development with responsibility for workforce, digital, service development, estates, and facilities. He was also Deputy Chief Executive. Please welcome CEO of Northern Care Alliance, Raj Jain.
Thanks, Mike. And what great words from Evelyn. Evelyn and myself worked together on the inclusion and diversity agenda. And I must say, hopefully she accepts this, I call Evelyn my mentor and friend. And it's in that mentor friendship theme that I just want to say a few words, and I'll only be a few minutes. Firstly is I'm here today to celebrate what our colleagues, what our friends and family did in that Windrush generation. Without those people breaking through, making a difference, bearing that pain, people like myself wouldn't be where I am today. And as Mike said, there are still very few people of colour in senior leadership positions in the NHS and in most of our large public sector organisations. I wanted to use today just to talk a bit about a personal commitment I have and why I've got a personal commitment, and also to dispel some myths, I guess. That's the wrong phrase. I'll rephrase that. Dispel the perception that some people have that people like me will come to these events, say a few words, and not really mean it in terms of delivering action on the ground where it really matters to individuals and communities. I want to try and do both those. So, and please do ask me any questions on that. So, stuff about the personal stuff. Well, my family's from the Indian subcontinent. My dad came to England on a boat 5 years after the Windrush boat landed in 1953. And some of the stories he told, and he was very, very reluctant to tell stories about his first 10 years or so in this country, I think probably resonated with some of the experiences of people and friends from the Windrush generation. And that stayed with me, actually, because I thought I was born here, I thought I was like everybody else until I started to understand what I was experiencing as an individual, what our family was experiencing, and then what our family and friends were starting to experience, people, black and brown people, and there's relatively few of us in the Liverpool region that I was brought up in terms of the South Liverpool region, who were able to form communities and try and get together to understand what our collective experiences were. And that forged my affinity with black and brown colleagues, and it sits deep in my heart about the need for me and to build on the work of people like the Windrush generation to continue to make a difference to future generations. That's what I think my job is now, is to make a difference to future generations. And as a CEO in the NHS, I have quite a privileged position to try and make some difference to colleagues. And so working with people like Evelyn, we've put in really clear goals, we put in really specific actions to try and address some of the imbalances and some of the unfairness that we have in our organisations at this moment in time, both in terms of the way our services are provided to all communities. But I'm just going to say a few words about how our staff are treated in the NHS and why we need to do something about it. And I won't repeat what Evelyn had to say. So what we do know is black and brown people are totally unrepresented in the senior ranks of whether that's nursing, medicine or managerial ranks in the NHS. And we need to do something about it. And we've been saying that we need to do something about it for many, many years. But in the Northwest and in Greater Manchester in particular, we are doing something about it, and you can see the difference. A good example is Evelyn's board and my board, where we now have far more black and brown people on our board than we've ever had in the history of those institutions. And the numbers are significant. It's now 30% of my board, and that's a significant number. We've seen in our senior ranks, we have tripled the number of people, black and brown people in our senior ranks in our organisations. Sounds great, but the difficulty with that number is it disguises the absolute number, i.e. how many people does that actually mean? It is still very few people, even though it's been tripled in the last 2 years. So we're making progress, and we're making progress because of the sheer will, the energy and the heart that comes from people like Evelyn. And I believe I come alongside Evelyn and people like that to drive this agenda forward. What we always have to do is to take every opportunity to make a difference. And what I'd like to be able to promote here today is an opportunity for our communities to make a real difference to Greater Manchester by engaging with the newly soon to be formed ICS, the Integrated Care System, which is developing over the next few months in the NHS. There are opportunities on that board for people from various parts of our community to join it as directors, and through that positional authority, make a difference to the communities that we want to make a difference to. So if you're interested in those roles, I would suggest that through CARN, put your hand up and let's see what we can do to support your application into those roles on the ICS boards and their other various different bodies. It's another opportunity for us to cement in to the senior leadership of Greater Manchester, people who have that lived experience, people who have that passion to really make a difference to our communities. So last thing from me is about vaccinations and COVID vaccinations. We know we've made great strides as a community to support individuals to take up that vaccination offer, but there's still more work to do. And shortly we'll be announcing the fact that there's going to be a booster program is the current belief that's going to happen. It's really important that we support our communities to have that booster program. Whether it's access, whether it's times of the day, whether it's locations, if there are things that are getting in people's way, I'd really like to know, because we can do something about it. And before I say a final few words of thanks, I just want to say some thanks to CARN, because what CARN has done, and this is brilliant, they are organising the people from CARN coming together, getting trained to support the vaccination programme in our own communities in Greater Manchester. Fantastic. That sort of initiative works far better than me sat in my office trying to direct some of my staff out. We will support CARN to do that. Faye has asked me directly for that support, and I'm absolutely committed to it without hesitation. So please do support our colleagues in CARN on that vaccination programme, because it's so important. Final few words from me is just one of thanks to CARN, to the community, to people on this call, but also to our communities. Because I know that it is those people who are active, those people who want to join their communities to help and support others, that really makes the difference. My job as a CEO is trying to make the right conditions and to offer support, but the people who really do the work are the communities. So thank you so much for what you've achieved in the last 12 months since the last Windrush celebration. We have made a difference. Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Lord Mayor of Manchester, I am delighted to record this message for the virtual Windrush celebration event. The early pioneers of the Windrush generation, who we must not forget, and their descendants, have given so much to British society then and now. From assisting in the transformation and rebuilding of this country, employing their varied skills and experience, integration, and the contribution of much valued cultural richness. They have remained strong, resilient, and proud, despite the injustices faced over many years, and the legacy lives on, especially in the younger generations, whose talents we must recognise and nurture, as they have a great deal to contribute to society as a whole. The City Council supports migrant communities to flourish and will continue to build on Manchester's success as a diverse, inclusive and welcoming city. We continue to work closely with community groups and other organisations in Greater Manchester, including those in the health and social care sector, just one of the sectors where migration has played a very important role over many years. We engage with and listen to our communities while continuing to deliver quality services. Recognition of the Windrush generation has been celebrated far and wide this week and should continue to be celebrated for many years to come. Together, we must preserve the legacy and continue to make a real difference that benefits all. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you very much indeed to Councillor Tommy Judge, Lord Mayor of Manchester, who sadly couldn't be with us today because of a prior engagement. Jill Green is Executive Director of Nursing and Governance for Greater Manchester Mental Health Trust. Jill is committed to equality, diversity and inclusion and leads on this important work for GMMH. I'm delighted to say she joins us now. Jill Green. Jill, you may still be muted.
Is that okay, Mike?
Yes, we can hear you now, but your picture's sticking a bit. So do go on, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mike. And can I say thank you so much for the invitation today to join you. I feel very privileged and proud to do so. So thank you so much. In thinking about Windrush, I have been looking at films and looking at the films of the Windrush boat coming in. And what strikes you when you see our fellow Britons coming there is the hope and excitement that was on those people in that ship on that day as they docked. And from that, I came across two black ladies called Avril and Jodie, whose mum and dad came across on Windrush. And during this week, they have actually published a book called Black London, History, Art and Collection in 120 Places. And I just wanted to share with you just a couple of pointers from that and how powerful these pointers are. John Blank, who was a trumpeter in the court of Henry VIII. Ira Aldridge was the first black actor during Victorian time who played Othello. And for me, as a nurse, Mary Seacole's statue that is in front of St. Thomas's Hospital. Those three people stood out for me particularly. And then if you think about what happened after Windrush and how people have been treated, etc. And you think, how can we bring such richness into our generations? And then this happened. And obviously, latterly, what's happened in recent years. So that got me thinking about inclusion. Very much so. And as Mike said, I do lead on the inclusion within our organisation, and never more so during this past year, which Raj and Evelyn have alluded to in their speeches as well. And thinking about and reflecting deeply on the inequalities that we have all seen during this past year and continue to see. And particularly for us as a specialist mental health trust, how easy is there equality in gaining access to those specialist services and the work we need to do? And we have much to do. And Charles has joined us as part of being a critical friend to us to think very deeply about that. But I want to say today to Khan, we are deeply, deeply committed to this area, and we want everyone to have the access, treatment that everybody would want, because from a point of view of mental health distress and mental health, very, very sadly, we are seeing this more and more as the pandemic is progressing. And the tension and anxiety that people are needing to deal with on a daily basis is often mind-blowing, to be quite honest. So we are here today as an organisation to give you our full commitment, our energy into this area. And I want everyone to be able to say they have received the care and treatment they expect from Greater Manchester Mental Health. And finally, as Evelyn and Raj have mentioned earlier, I would just like to pay to all of my colleagues, we would not be able to deliver the care and treatment in mental health if we didn't have us all working together. And I fully recognise that we have much work to do there, as Evelyn and Raj have alluded to. And we can all start to see those little areas developing. But the question for all of us, is it fast enough? The answer is probably not. So we need to put our foot on the accelerator big time. I really, really appreciate our connections with and how Khan are supporting us in this very, very important agenda in mental health. And I look forward to working with Charles, Lorraine and the team very closely in the months to come. Thank you so much for asking Greater Manchester Mental Health Foundation just to join you today. I feel very proud to do so, and I hope you have the rest of a lovely day. Thank you so much, Mike.
Jill, thank you very much indeed. We have an apology to make to Jill, because when she looks back at this film, she'll see that we didn't get moving pictures of her. But Jill, your message came over loud and clear. Thank you very much indeed for that. We'll take a short break, and then we're going to have something rather special, a bit of a cooking demonstration right after this.
My Walker. I'm here today to get my vaccine. Very good, actually. I think at first you get worried because you hear so much negatives and theories and all the rest of it, but until you actually come here, you kind of make your own. So I'm really glad. It is okay to obviously research and make your own decision. However, I think if I can come here and do this, hopefully will inspire you that you're fine, you're safe, and this is to protect you. And now I feel protected. I can walk away now, kind of feeling happy that I feel protected now. And I think for those people where you still got concerns and worries, sometimes it's about speaking to the right people. And I spoke to the doctor when I came in there, and she reassured me. And I think sometimes just kind of find out from the professionals themselves, rather than listen to people on WhatsApp that are not professionals telling you a different story. I think sometimes you've got to come out and speak to the right people who will then advise you. I came here, got the advice. I was similar, and I come here, got the advice, and that advice made me feel really reassured. So yeah, definitely I do. I was going to say I've not felt any other reason why it shouldn't be. I don't think people would give you something that's unsafe, because that's a danger to life. But, from when everyone I've seen taking it, mom's taking it, a few other people have taken it a while now, everyone's happy. Don't hear any complaints. You know, it seems fine to me.
And now we have something rather special from dietitian Jasmine Carbon. Jasmine is UK registered senior specialist community dietitian and team lead working in Guy's and St. Thomas's NHS Trust in London. Jasmine is the vice chair for the British Dietetic Association, the BDA London branch. Within this role, she coordinates clinical professional development opportunities for BDA London members and promotes the diversity of its members. Here's her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that introduction, Mike. So like I said, my name's Jasmine and I'm a community dietitian. So today, for all of you for Windrush Day, can you hear me? Yes, great. I actually thought what meal could encompass the whole of the Caribbean. And to be honest, there truly isn't a meal. All the islands have their own unique styles and their own national dishes. So what I thought I would do is begin to prepare for you a meal which is universal across the Caribbean, well recognized and eaten as a treat, kind of particularly on a weekend or family get-togethers or special occasions. So what I'll be doing for you is curry chicken with rice and peas. And then I'll also be doing a salad of cucumber and chocho, or Christophine, as some people might know it as. So what I'll do is pull my camera down so you can actually see. So I've already actually started making the rice and peas, and it's just happened to finish whilst I was watching everyone else's speeches and listening into the talk. I'll just take the lid off and show you all. So what I put in here, and it varies between different islands and between different family households as well. So the essence of it is kidney beans. It could also be pigeon peas or white or black eyed peas. And then I've also used basmati rice, but some households, some islands might use long grain rice. And then it's seasoned with spices, and then we've got some coconut cream in there as well, and a Scotch bonnet for flavour and spring onion for flavour. So arguably, Caribbean cooking could be one of the healthiest diets to eat because it's full of foods which have got complex carbohydrates, such as your ground provisions, your yam, dashi and cassava, those sort of foods. And then it's also quite rich in fish. You know, Caribbean countries are islands, so but bountiful and plentiful fish that's regularly consumed in their diets as well. What we have seen is between those people who have moved from the Caribbean to the UK, we found that the diets end up being a combination of Caribbean and British cooking. So we often see that the meals and the foods which are put together are a combination of both. So on a plate, you might see rice and peas with also roast potatoes, with also, you know, macaroni cheese. So it's kind of having that combination of different carbohydrates, which can sometimes cause, or which is one of the reasons why things such as type 2 diabetes, central weight gain, and also obesity is quite prevalent within the Black Caribbean communities. So I thought I'd also kind of talk to you about portion sizes. What I've done here is measured out what a portion of rice would be. So this is about 60 grams, which is a portion, or about 3 handfuls or 3 tablespoons. Basmati rice being one of the better white rice options to choose because it doesn't cause as much of a peak in our blood sugar levels as standard white rice would do. So if someone who was diabetic, be it type 1 or have type 2 diabetes, we would recommend opting for basmati rice as the alternative to plain white rice. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is spices. So within Caribbean cooking and dishes, you'll hear or you'll taste that the foods are, you know, kind of got pungent, really strong, flavorful seasonings in it. So I've got, this is what I'll be using for the chicken curry. We've got some curry powder, ground cumin, some allspice, which is ground pinto seeds, turmeric, which gives the curry that really nice rich colour, and we also have some cumin as well, just to give that earthy taste as well. So what I've already done is I've started to fry off some onion, ginger and garlic, the basis of a lot of Caribbean cooking and a lot of Indian cooking as well. So what we often do is just make sure that the pan is warm, and we're going to heat through the spices to begin with, just to kind of help release all those flavors. One of the reasons why people might think that Caribbean cooking can be unhealthy is the oils which can be used in the cooking process. So to try and minimize the level of oils in cooking, measuring out how much you're used, for example, using a tablespoon when you are cooking, so that way you can actually measure and moderate how much oil you're using in your food already. So I'm just going to let that get hot and add the spices to that and cook it through. Another reason why people might think that Caribbean cooking isn't necessarily healthy is the types of meats that have been used. So traditionally, we might find that cheaper cuts of meats are used in cooking. So it might be things like oxtail, chicken back, which are still also used today. And those foods tend to be higher in saturated fats because those are the fats we find on the meat. If possible, I would say try to keep those meats to a minimum. And if you can, try and remove any visible fat, fry off the meat first or stew it first, get all that kind of fats and water off the meat before using it in any cooking that you've got. I've got a whole chicken, which has been cut up into 8 pieces, and it's already been seasoned in some herbs and spices. Again, really typical seasonings that you'd see in a lot of Caribbean cooking. So that's just been seasoning overnight. And then what I'll be doing is, once this spices in my pan is heated through, I'm going to add the chicken, stir it through, also add Scotch bonnet, which is very typical of Caribbean food. You can't have a dish without Scotch bonnet. Add some water, and then I will let that cook through. So at the end, I'll hopefully have a finished pot of chicken curry for you to serve with my rice and peas. In the second half, I'll also be showing you the chocha and cucumber salad. So I've got my chocha here, which is similar in taste to I guess a cucumber once it's been steamed. Really good source of fluid, electrolytes, vitamins and minerals as well. So that'd be a nice complement to go with the salad that we're having today with this dish. I'm not sure how much time I have left, so I think I might leave it there, and then I'll talk to you a bit more about salt content and also kind of how we're going to season our Christophine chocha salad. Right, thank you, everyone.
Jasmine, thank you very much indeed, and we'll join you again a little bit later on. Jasmine Carbon, UK registered senior specialist community dietitian and lead in St. Guy's and St. Thomas's NHS Trust in London. In a couple of minutes, well, after our next presentation, we're going to be taking a short break. Let me tell you about our next presentation. Anna Bishop is Chief Operating Officer, and Isaac Lopez, Chair of One Manchester's Inc. Group. They are one of Khan's esteemed partners that is committed to improving the experiences of their customers and residents in Greater Manchester. Here's Anna and Isaac.
Hi everyone, it's great to be with you celebrating the amazing contribution of our family, friends and colleagues from the Windrush generation, and that of their children and grandchildren as well. For those of you who don't know about One Manchester, we're a provider of housing and community services, offering support in all areas and stages of life and circumstances. We own 12,000 homes in central, south and east Manchester, and our aim is to make a difference to people and places by creating opportunities, transforming communities and changing lives. Examples of the things we do include young people's focused services, from engagement through to employability support, kickstart, opportunities and apprenticeships. We provide employment skills and volunteering support and opportunities for adults to support them into employment. And we give money advice to support customers with managing their money and financial issues. We also have community funds through which we support lots of local groups. And we have community soups whereby the local community themselves actually vote on the projects that get supported. And through COVID and continuing, we have a hardship fund where we've actually supported voluntary groups in the work they do to help residents through the COVID crisis. So there's a whole range of stuff we do. And one of the things that we are most proud of is our partnership with Khan. And my colleague Isaac is going to talk about that now. Thank you.
Isaac, you muted. Is something stopping Isaac from being unmuted?
Can you hear me?
Can now, thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Yes, my name is Isaac Lopez, and I'm the chairperson for One Manchester Inclusion Group. So One Manchester is proud partner of Caribbean and African Health Network, and we work closely in partnership for the last few months. So we've helped to promote health messages in our communities, and we share information and support to customers and colleagues in our communities as well. We do a funding collaboration with Global Majority Fund, focused on increasing well-being of communities of African and Caribbean people across Greater Manchester and One Manchester. And we co-fund it, which we're proud of, and we provide information on a range of services and accessibility. And we also attend forums and events organized by CAN. There are some upcoming events that we do, working with CAN to promote the Kickstart within One Manchester and apprenticeship opportunities for young people, youths, with some who are already well involved in our inclusion group projects. We're hosting community events to demystify housing options, and as well as shared ownership in July. So these are some of the things we do. Then we strongly support Black History Month events coming up. And then there are other opportunities around that we take part in. All Manchester is actively involved in our community and supporting all type of Black minority groups and Asian groups in our community. We have massive lots of people from this group, and we actually doing a lot to help them. Thank you, and enjoy your event.
Anna, Chief Operating Officer, and Isaac, Chair of One Manchester's Inc. Group. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation.
Thank you, Mike.
Short 5-minute break now. It was supposed to be longer, but we're about half an hour behind where we should be. So just a short 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with a great presentation from Carol May Melson right after this short break.
Suicide is something many of us think about, but don't often discuss.
Suicide is stigmatized, seen as a sign of weakness, a reason for shame.
It's our silence that keeps suicide in the shadows.
But the fact is, over 200 people a year take their own life in Greater Manchester.
Parents, children,
friends,
colleagues,
the people around us. All personal tragedies with devastated families and friends left to wonder why.
So we need to bring the subject of suicide out of the dark, and it's down to all of us to make that happen.
Because the more it's highlighted, the more people will talk about suicide.
And the more we talk, the easier it is to ask.
To say to someone, are you okay?
How are you coping?
Are you having suicidal thoughts?
It may not be easy to say these things, but it's important to be direct if you're concerned about someone.
In so many cases where a person has come back from the edge of suicide, it's because someone, somewhere, simply asked.
You don't have to be a healthcare professional to help.
You don't even need to be that close to the person.
Sometimes it's easier to open up to people you don't know.
Just ask if you're concerned about someone. Could be all it takes to prevent a tragedy.
People need to help each other. We need to look after each other. Life is too important.
Suicide affects us all. Let's bring it into the light and help prevent suicide across Greater Manchester.
My name's Will, I'm 32 years old. I grew up in a place called Gorton over in East Manchester and had a normal childhood really, school and stuff, caravan holidays. I got to about 12 years old and unfortunately I come home from school and my dad took his own life. Within the same week my uncle took his own life and then from there everything spiraled out of control really. I started leading a life of selling drugs, the wrong crowds. I wanted to take my own life. I wanted to be with my dad really. I had enough of dealing with my depression, my drug addiction. I had enough of dealing with the grief. I thought to join the army, went away, was in Afghanistan in 2010. Come out in 2013, straight back into the drugs. I ended up going to prison. I didn't see my daughter all the way through prison until I got to open prison. And my daughter was like 2 years old at this time and I'd not seen her only through pictures. I got a family visit and then on that family visit, my daughter didn't know who I was. She didn't connect with me, she didn't want to play with me, she didn't want to colour in with me, she'd never seen me before. And at that point it was like, no, I'm not doing this no more. I was lost because I wanted my dad, but then now I'm gonna leave my daughter lost without me. No, I wasn't willing to do that. The same to her, what was done to me. Come out of jail, one of my friends, she phoned me and said, I've got a ticket here for a marathon, but it's tomorrow morning. And I was like, obviously the old squaddy mentality, I was like, I'll do that. I got home from work 12 o'clock that night, was up at 7:30 in the morning and ran the Manchester Marathon. And after I did that, it was just something that switched. I was like, I want to do something else. Got into the triathlons, doing the Ironman, and I'm swimming the channel in September now, and I'm on my own, and there's only me in that water. And if I can mentally get myself to the other side of that channel, I can just show others you can do whatever you want if you change your mindset. I just feel like all my hard work and where I've come to now has just been so tough for everybody, where now I can help people through it, then I'm not leaving that as a bad experience. When somebody's walked through hell and now they're carrying a bucket of water to put the flames out on others who are getting burnt, that kind of sums up what I kind of want to do. I get upset to understand these people sitting in the same position I was in. Right, let's go get them. Let's go and get them, let's go and find where they are, let's reach out to them, let's tell them to reach out to me.
Can we meet in the dark? We don't have to say much, and if you have to go, let you go, let you go, let you go, let you go. things are left behind.
Well, let me wish you a warm welcome back. Our next guest is Carol May Nelson. Carol is a culturally diverse children's book author and creator of CMN Magical Books and Children's Wear brand. Please welcome Carol May Nelson.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I just want to say thank you, Mike, for the lovely presentation. But also I'd like to say thanks to Khan and his team, for doing this wonderful celebration of the Windrush generation. And I am a child of the Windrush because my parents came to this country. My mother was a nurse and my father worked on the buses. And as a young person, I really struggled with why my dad was up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to work, and mother, we had, the conditions were really awful. The houses were really cold with outside toilets, and mum would always get up and she's had to make the fires, these huge fires to warm the house. And then the water had to be boiled in the kettle. And we were a family of 9 children. And so she would have to then put the boys in one bath. So she'd have to fill up the bath with hot water, several, kettles of hot water to fill up the bath so the boys could have a bath. And then the same for the girls. So but I grew up in the Caribbean and I couldn't understand. I was like, well, why have they left behind this wonderful country to come to live and work in these conditions, and really struggled to see as they get older, the level of discrimination in which was happening, and then to us as children, of descendants of the Windrush generation, at most women of my age, those of us who worked in the public sector, including me, there was a glass ceiling. And it doesn't matter how bright you were or how good you were at your jobs. If you want to move into the managerial sector of your organization, they would put blocks in your way. There was a constant roadblock. You go to university, you come out with a degree, you have all the experience and you can't get that promotion and so forth. But one of the beautiful things that for me was that when I grew up in the Caribbean, I was very fortunate. I had an aunt who was a school teacher, and she introduced me and her children to books from a very, very, very young age. So I grew up with this passion for books. And so when I became a mother, I couldn't find any storybooks with people and children that looked like me and my children. And so I had this burning passion within me that something needs to change, toppled what was happening in America politically. And a lot of the people, the speakers on here this afternoon have been so brilliant in highlighting the trauma. And so 2015, I became rather distressed. I'd left the NHS and I was like, I can't cope anymore at the NHS I'm getting a senior person. Now I wanted a different quality of life. And there was just loads of political trauma, what was happening to our people. I thought, how will the young men and girls growing up seeing, this trauma against us? Because a lot of us are still carrying trauma from colonialization. It's in our DNA. It's in the work. You became a mother, fathers, you see the suffering. Young boys have been taken into prison. He was like, this is wrong. Why? How can a nation of people be continuing 40 years later, who've contributed so much to this country and this world? Why are we still suffering? And so out of that distress of mine, I decided to write a book, that book that I had passion about. And so actually the first one I did was when I was looking after I was fostering a young girl and her brother, and I wrote about her because she loved strawberry, but didn't know where to go and have the book published and so forth. And so along in this life, you know, we seem to have so many struggling in trying to achieve our dreams. So, and however, throughout all of that, I was alive and I thought I wanted to make a change. I want all young people to see themselves represented in positive light, you know, because when you do all of the research and the literature, you realize how powerful it is when we can see images of ourselves being presented in very, very positive light. And just, I wanted them to develop confidence within themselves, to feel good, you know, to help to raise their self-esteem. And so I decided to write my first children's book about growing up in that wonderful Caribbean island of which a lot of us have been taken away from. And I was really distressed at 14, having grown up into this environment, which really I didn't know about discrimination and racism because of, you know, my pigmentation of my skin and so forth, and having to come and live throughout of this trauma and so forth. And as well, of having to pay attention to my own children. I, when I became a mother, in my oldest son, I lived at that school, that secondary school, to stop him from being expelled, you know, literally, because things was just happening, you know, the education system. We're talking about health. We are touching the tip of the iceberg here this afternoon. The whole system is geared to have our men, you know, sent to the University of the Nick, you know, so we don't just need to be focusing on health. We need the whole of these services, the court, who sends all our young boys off, who will do the same crime as their white counterpart, but do not get long time imprisonment, lack of job opportunities. Some of them, they're so bright, you know, so they can't get funding to set up their own businesses. So we need to also bring business on board. We're not just focusing on the public sector. We need to see a thriving Black community right across the sector. We need them in business. You know, Manchester Centre, Andy Burnham, do something and help our men to set up businesses, because a lot of them we have lost to the prison. And this is not satisfactory for the contribution that we have made as a nation of people to this society. So I appeal to you today to help us to build businesses, and let us help, because the society, we need a diverse society. I walk through Manchester city centre, I can't be seen. There's no business that represent me or all of my colleagues or children, you know, who are now growing up and to be aspiring businessmen. They can't get the funding to help them get off on a better ground and better footing. So now I'm going to take you into my first story. I'm told that I can only read a couple of chapters, but my book is called Dolly May and the Magical Enchanted Garden. And I'll just tell you quickly what this story is about. So Dolly May is an inquisitive and bright little girl. She lives at the top of Mount Olive in the beautiful highland of Jamaica with her grandma Magi. Dolly and her friends love to play in Grandma's Magi mystical garden. Grandma Magi has the best games, and with her help, she encourages to dream big and achieve all that they can desire. Through teaching them about the positive role models of the past, she shows them that they too can become anything they want to be, from being a deep sea diver to an astronaut. There is no limit to their imagination. And chapter 1 is the magic of Mount Olive. Mount Olive is situated in a mystical mountain range of Ginger Ridge in Jamaica. Mount Olive is surrounded by undulating hills and a magnificent flamboyant bamboo backdrop. And every day the gentle morning breeze wafts by. If you look carefully, you can see Mount Olive glowing in the morning sun. The mountain has always been covered in luscious leafy vegetation, fruit trees and verdant pastures. It is home to goats, cows, donkeys, and horses who graze in the plentiful morning dew. Surrounding it is a gentle flowing river, shimmering streams, and plenty of fish to feed the kids. And legends have it, mermaids live there too. It was a playful place for fathers and their sons to fish, while little girls liked to play happily catching tadpoles and throwing stones. And here I had a wonderful illustrator who's illustrated the book, Jason Lee. He lives in London, but he was able to capture the top of Mount Olive. And for those of us who have got Caribbean descendant, when you go into the countryside of Jamaica as a child, that was how beautiful it was. Can hope you can all see this beautiful illustration here, the top of the mountain. But the best part of Mount Olive was that it was also home to Grandma Magi's magnificent and beautiful garden that was full of magic and mystery to Dolly and her friends. You could always hear the twittering and the humming wings of the magical doctor birds and the stripy bees among the flowers and the trees, working hard in the rising sun. Grandma Magi looked after the land and its verdant pastures with bounteous as plenteous crops rich in ackee and avocado, rose and star apples, bananas and breadfruit, cashews and coconut, mangoes and naseberries. Magi's magical garden was just like her. It held a sense of magical beauty and wonder which spanned around the house, and the local villagers loved to come and visit. Sometimes Magi allowed Dolly to lend a hand picking fruits and vegetables. Magi made her world and their world one. And so that's my childhood memory, and it keeps me alive while going through all the struggles that we've been through as a Windrush generation and are continuing to experience. It's all lived experience. So the book is available out at CMN Nelson Magical Books. Please buy and support it. I thank Khan for the wonderful opportunity this afternoon to just read this book to you. And I have now set up my own business at the age of 66. So I feel, that's an awesome achievement. And I thank you, Mike, and I thank you all. And I look forward to Manchester becoming more progressive and putting us on the map, because I love Manchester. I could actually tell you a story. I went to London, I crashed into a car, and the person was really swearing after me. When he found out, when we exchanged address, he said, "You are from Manchester." He said, "Oh my goodness, lady, I apologize. I love Manchester United. We can sort this out for you, So Manchester is a Manchester, magical Manchester, if you would like to call it that, which it is. And I see myself as a Manchester Mancunian now, with still holding on to my roots in the Caribbean. Thank you.
Carol, just before you go, what's the name of the book, please? We've had a message on the chat. What's the name of the book?
It's Dolly May and the Magical Enchanted Garden. And it is out on Amazon, but you can get a personalized copy from me at CMN Magical Books. I've got my own website, it's online. And there will be a new book coming out as well very soon, in another month, plus one in October, and 2 more to be released next year. And I've also now done the children's brand of T-shirts and children's apron to go with the book, the series.
Carol, thank you very much indeed for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Culturally diverse children's book author. Absolutely brilliant. Our next guest is the chair of the Jamaican Society. Sonia Stewart has worked tirelessly to challenge inequalities within the workplace and wider community, particularly in relation to underrepresented groups, while sharing good practice, and was recognized for her contribution to diversity and inclusion in Manchester and bringing communities together. An active trade unionist, Sonia is branch equality officer within Manchester Unison, local government branch. Sits on the branch executive committee, was the first female chair of Manchester branch, and recently elected as one of the branch vice presidents, Black Members Committee, and chairs the Black Members Group. Please welcome our very special guest, Chair of Jamaican Society, Sonia Stewart.
Thanks, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to Khan for inviting me to speak today. Over 800 passengers arrived on the Empire Windrush from the Caribbean all those years ago. The majority at that time were from Jamaica. Caribbean passengers included RAF servicemen, health workers, carpenters, mechanics, and more, invited to come to Britain to help to rebuild it. It's important that migration of the Windrush generation is remembered for what it is, invited here to utilize their skills, expertise, and also to live here. However, it has not been an easy or pleasant journey for so many of us. The hostile environment and compensation scandals leading to loss of liberty, identity, humiliation, and even death has been harrowing for so many of our people. The pioneers who came, and so often their descendants, this is our home. We live in a multicultural society that should be celebrated. It shouldn't be knocked down. But it is up to us to ensure our shared history, culture, and heritage are preserved and also respected. We still have so much to offer. Yes, we can sing, we can certainly dance and excel within the sporting arena. That we do so brilliantly, but we are even more than that. There are countless Great Britons who have exceeded in their chosen fields and made valuable contributions to society as a whole, such as Professor Augustus Gus John, Baroness Doreen Lawrence, Dawn Butler MP, Professor Jeff Thompson, Lord Maurice of Handsworth, to name a few. And that's not counting our historical greats such as Mary Seacole, Claudia Jones, and great Jamaican leaders like Marcus Garvey and Nanny of the Maroons. Furthermore, not forgetting our many community role models. And at this point, I would like to say congratulations to Charles and Faye on your latest achievements. We are a resilient and determined people. We do not give up easily, and nor should we. We are strong in our faith. In celebrating our history, rich culture, and heritage cohesively at today's event, we are also sharing that with other communities and cultures as we are willing to share theirs. We have so much to thank our early pioneers for and must continue to build and preserve that legacy. Our young people are a tremendous asset and already working hard to ensure our legacy lives on. But collectively, we must continue to nurture and encourage their development, their aspirations, and their voices, that their path will not be as hard and troublesome as those who have gone before us and those who remain. Rosa Parks, who refused to sit at the back of the bus, said, "The only tired I was tired of giving in." And you must never be fearful of what you are doing when it is right. So let us go forward together, promoting equality, fairness, tolerance, respect, and understanding for all. On behalf of the Jamaica Society Manchester, thanks to Khan for the sterling work you do and also for organising this event today. Thank you.
Sonia, thank you very much indeed for that presentation. Sonia Stewart, Chair of the Jamaican Society. Now, I do hope my next guest is still with us. We're running it. Oh, she's gone. We are running late, so our running orders in all kinds of bits at the moment. Unfortunately, Lucy Powell, MP, was supposed to join us, did join us, but unfortunately, she's had to leave to go on to another event. Let's hear now from Salford Deputy City Mayor, Councillor John Merry.
Right, thanks very much, Mike.
And can I also thank everybody involved in this event. Unfortunately, my computer suffered a fairly catastrophic failure, and I've managed to join you on another computer thanks to the hard work of the people around the event. So thank you very much to that. I'm delighted to be speaking not just on behalf of Salford, but I've been also to make my personal contribution to this, because Salford was rebuilt after the war by the efforts of the Windrush generation, and has always been a welcoming society to people from different backgrounds, which is culminating in the number of refugees that we've accepted in recent years. So I'm very pleased from that point of view that Salford is playing its part in fighting for the rights of the Windrush generation, as well as everybody that has been discriminated against by this government. And it's a matter of deep regret to us as a city that we feel that the Windrush generation have been treated shamefully by the current government, not just by the slowness in acknowledging the injustice, but also by the tardiness in actually paying compensation and coming forward with a programme of recompense. But I just wanted to also, if I may, talk about my personal experiences, because I haven't directly been a victim of discrimination, but throughout my life I've been a witness to discrimination. I was born and brought up in Handsworth in Birmingham. I apologise to anybody from Manchester for mentioning that, but the fact is I was born and brought up at exactly the moment that the Caribbean community were moving into Handsworth, and I witnessed the tension and a discrimination that took place at that moment in time. I was pleased as a young boy to have friends among the Caribbean community. And as such, I think to a degree, I was ostracised by members of the white community as a result of that. And for my sins, I'm a West Bromwich Albion supporter as a result of my community. And I followed my team around in the 1970s, witnessing the sheer discrimination suffered by people like Cyril Regis, Laurie Cunningham and Remy Moses at that moment in time. And I was ashamed of what I saw. I saw banana skins being thrown onto the field. I heard monkey chants and all the rest of it. But what really impressed me at that moment in time was the sheer dignity that was displayed by those people who were pioneers in their field at that moment in time. And I don't think it's too an exaggeration to say, as a result of them breaking through, we're now able to see a multicultural England football team as a result of the efforts that they made at that moment in time. And I was also privileged to see my community take these players to their hearts and to make them a part of what was a very complex thread in the West Midlands. The West Midlands community were proud of them, and although some of them had the misfortune to come to Manchester as well, I think it's true to say that sport has played a huge role in terms of the development of the Caribbean community. And finally, just as a personal note, as some people on this call will know, I married a Muslim doctor and came to live in Salford. And again, I saw indirectly what discrimination, hurt and pain can be caused to people from different backgrounds. And again, I saw my wife conquer that and move through that to being an accepted part of the community and to being somebody that the people of Salford embraced. So I've seen it. I've seen the reality of it, even though I've not directly experienced it. I know we've got some way to go in places like Salford in terms of getting a final acceptance that we are a multicultural society with different threads. But I think we're making progress. I'm proud to support the Windrush generation. I'm proud to acknowledge the efforts that they made to rebuild this city, our hospitals, our health service, and everything that happened after the Second World War. And I hope to play my part in continuing the fight against injustice and discrimination in the future. Thank you very much.
Councillor John Merry, Salford Deputy City Mayor, thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Our next guest, the Greater Manchester Health and Social Care Partnership, has been responsible for the city region's devolution budget for health and social care. Their commitment to equality resulted in commissioning Khan to deliver the Black Health Improvement Programme to primary care across Greater Manchester. Not quite sure what's going on with the pictures, but our next guest is Sarah Price, Chief Officer, Greater Manchester Health and Social Care Partnership. Sarah, hopefully we'll be able to see you.
I'm really sorry I can't be with you today, but I want to help commemorate Windrush Day with you with this message. I hope that's okay. So we don't need reminding that we're still in the midst of a really huge and terrible health crisis. However, what we have this year that we didn't have previously is hope. Our vaccination programme has been particularly positive, and I want to thank all of you for the efforts you're making to ensure that our communities have equal access to vaccines so that we can provide as much protection to everybody as possible. That's not to mention all the doctors, nurses, carers, cleaning staff and beyond of all ethnic backgrounds who continue to prove they're part of the backbone of our country and of our region. You know, that we couldn't have done it without you, and we really want to thank everyone at Khan for all the work they've done to try to promote vaccination across Greater Manchester. And much like when Empire Windrush docked at Tilbury, we're building back from a major world event. Those immigrants from the Caribbean and all those who followed helped rebuild post-war Britain, a task that couldn't have been achieved without them. And I think we talked about that when we met at this time last year. Yet again, all would be lost without the dedication, altruism and compassion of members of our ethnic communities who play a key role in keeping the country running. I'm also aware, though, of the disproportionate impact COVID has had on people from ethnic minority backgrounds, particularly within our ethnic minority health and social care staff, who've put their lives at risk to protect others during the pandemic, some of them who've sadly lost their lives. And we're committed as a health and social care system to addressing this, and I hope we're able to share more positive updates with you on this as we meet in the coming year. As I've said before, the NHS could and should be more diverse, particularly at the top. We need to see more of our leaders come from a wider range of backgrounds to make sure we represent the communities we care for. We've got to make that a reality as we move forward into our new health and care organisations, particularly the formalisation of our integrated care system. So representation is the best and fastest way to make sure our health and care services are fit for the needs of everyone. Here in Greater Manchester, we're committed to making sure our workforce and its leadership become representative across our whole public sector, and progress is being made, but we still have a long way to go. Reducing those inequalities that have really been exacerbated through the pandemic is at the heart of what we need to try to achieve. I really do hope you enjoy everything on offer today, and I really look forward to a time when we can meet face to face. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. Sarah Price, Chief Officer, Greater Manchester Health and Social Care Partnership. We're going to take a short break now for a vaccination video. Remember, please get your vaccination as soon as it's offered. Lots and lots of venues open throughout the country this weekend where you could just turn up and have a vaccine. Get to do that if you can. And right after that video, a fantastic presentation from young peoples talking about what Windrush means to them. Right after this.
Hello, my name is John Amaechi. I am a non-executive director with Manchester University NHS Foundation Trust. I've been involved in the NHS for the last 8 years, a fellow of the Royal Society for Public Health for the last 4 or 5 years. And I want to talk to you about the vaccine. I have had now both vaccination shots. I admit that I had some soreness in my shoulder. I want to give you the same message that I have given to everybody I know. Every member of my family, all of my friends, everyone I love and care for. Take the vaccine. I know that there's misinformation out there. I know that there is mistrust. I'm not endorsing big pharmaceutical companies. I am simply telling you that we aren't through this, and I want you to avoid the horrible circumstances of being infected with COVID and the terrible things that people are still experiencing months after having COVID. The only way we get through this, the only way we protect ourselves and the people we love is by ensuring that we're vaccinated. Take care of yourselves and each other. Get the vaccination.
Absolute legend, John. Get your vaccination. And now this very special video, my young people within the community.
My name is Angelo, and Windrush means to me togetherness.
Hi, my name's Ben, and Windrush means to me courage.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. My pronouns is she, her, and Windrush means to me encouraging.
Hi, my name is Precious, and Windrush means to me hope.
Hi, my name's Shekinah, and Windrush means to me power.
Hi, my name is Tenny, and Windrush means to me hard work.
On now to some poetry. Please welcome Dreadlock Alien.
Greetings, assalamu alaikum, welcome, namaste, hola, bonjour, konnichiwa, ni hao. My name is Mr. Grant, aka Dreadlock Alien, and I've been doing some live literature evaluation. So this is a poem specifically for your conference. Will only work for today. Okay, so the poem goes a little bit like this. Soldiers not recognized, 250,000 sold short. Another indiscrepancy, empire's been caught. Barbados boys, bullet bait and brave. Not even a monument, plaque, statue or grave. Some sign petitions, do a poll or a graph. Some raise up funds, go build up a cenotaph. Them say we can't, but we know that we can. Pick a politician and ask them if they have a plan. Hyacinth said a plinth. It's that too hot to handle. Are we going to have another Windrush scandal? Warren Smith is the sheriff, but Faye Bruce is the deputy. That vital spark back in the park got a PhD. What if Angela Smith raised the alarm? Big up Zayd, Lorraine, and Ben at Khan. A Philomena orchestra, melodic harp, hit the high note with Mike Sharp. Let's start this Windrush party. Welcome to the one Darren Yardie. Rogers Govinda, Manchester Dean so proud. Sip the champagne and toast achievement so loud. We boast, we brag, and we bellow. Join the symphony, Marlene Stringfellow. Sometimes the rhymes go well or go badly. Welcome to Linda, Les J, Kath Cowell, and Jodie K. Bradley. Then we came to Afzal Khan. He was an MP, joining an organization with the same name, that's Pure Poetry. Charles, Daniel, and Daniel B. Lorraine Vincent, Nana, and the one Lemmy. Rhymes for you, rhymes for me. Sandy, Jodie Best, and Tenitope Molu, rhymes with me. A melody, a symphony, a note, a chord. Jump in Jacqueline's car or Shamara's Ford. Mark Addlestone, Sheriff of Beaver Brooks. Now you call, we came from those poetry books. Me never really chat to sheriff, lieutenant, or deputies. How's it going, Dread? Well, it's flowing with amazing ease. Warm words of wisdom wrapped up warm and woolly, from the community fibers of faith stitched fully. Take the knee, raise the fist, political push, stand in the rain again and listen to the wind rush. Oh no, should have heard Ovo. You know, she's gonna get a mobo. Silence reigned till her voice was done. You know when you heard that the change was gonna come. Andy Burnham, we can turn them without fire. Mayor of Manchester, here to inspire. Race equality panels, initials spell out rep. Saying we are one race, that might be the next step. We sailed here, we walked, we drove, we caught trains. We packed up grips, sailed ships and flew on planes. The forebearers, the pioneers, the sojourner trips, citizens of new worlds, 1,000 Windrush ships. Deanne Heron, published poet, turned up the volume. Windrush poetry echoes around the walls of my room. So Anne Bishop, we did dish up some rhyme and rhythm. Sprinkle some jasmine carbs and you're eating time with them. Isaac Lopez, Carol Nelson, Jill Golden Green. Celeste, me can't see the rest of your name on the screen. Bradford, Birmingham, Oldham or Leicester, Bristol, Wolverhampton or the one Manchester. Big up John Merry, fellow Answorth man. Baggies to the bone, fellow Cyril Regis fan. You know, Raj got the badge, now hear heritage with pride. Shared lived experiences and now how we are tied. Specific goals, specific actions, measured by our staff's reactions. We're gonna win with Evelyn, get engaged with ICS, get stuck in. Scenership, leaderships, hearts and souls, giving out free sandwiches, giving out free rolls. Jill lights gone green, foot pan accelerator. Greater Manchester, you know, it just got greater. Jasmine will win any kitchen technician. Try and show that she's a qualified technician. Kosho and cucumber salad. On my taste bud, there is a little bit of a ballad. Now, yes, Mike Shaft, pure stagecraft MC. That's it from Dreadlock Alien and a little flash of live poetry.
Congratulations, sir. Absolutely brilliant. And thanks for the name check at the end, by the way. Dreadlock Alien, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, our next guest is Councillor Lutfer Rahman, OBE, Deputy Leader of Manchester City Council. Please welcome Councillor Rahman.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to everyone at Khan for inviting me this afternoon to this event. It's been quite an inspiring afternoon so far, listening to all the testimonials and some of the poetry and entertainment that we've had. Of course, we all know the Windrush scandal is a deeply shameful moment in our history, something that should never be repeated. And of course, in Manchester being a city that has always welcomed people from all different backgrounds and from all over the world, because we here recognize that our strength is in our diversity and in all the people that come from far and wide and make the contribution that they make to make this city the fantastic city that it is. Of course, when the scandal broke out, we as a city council have attempted to try and support the communities in whatever way we can. We've had a number of different initiatives, creating awareness, giving people that have been affected the support that we can do, working with our partners like the Caribbean African Health Network and other partners in the community to support those people that have been affected. And of course, we're not out of the woods yet. There's still a number of challenges and issues, and we know that many people are still facing challenges and difficulties. And we have been working with our members of parliament, challenging government, challenging the Home Office, and of course, providing the support from the City Council perspective to make sure that we can provide the support within the context and limitations that we have here as a local authority. And what we will be carrying on doing is continuing to lobby, continuing to support our communities, continuing to provide awareness sessions, and continuing to support events like today on Windrush Day and other days to make sure that this kind of injustice and atrocity is not repeated again, and that we learn from the mistakes, and that we create a society and a city where everyone's contribution is valued, respected, and is seen. So I want to thank once again everybody at the Caribbean African Health Network, particularly Charles, Faye, Lorraine, who have been wonderful. And I know there's a lot of work that goes on in the background to put something like this on, especially during these difficult times when we can't meet in person, but we are putting this together because it's important that even though we can't meet in person, that this day is marked, and that we are continuing to raise the issue, continuing to highlight the atrocities, continuing to support people, and therefore all the work that Khan are doing and everybody else that's involved, well done to you all. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the afternoon online, and hopefully next year we'll be able to do something in person. Thank you very much, everyone.
And thank you, Deputy Leader of Manchester City Council, Councillor Luther Rahman, OBE. Let me tell you, after our next presentation, we're going to have a minute's silence in honor of Black soldiers lost in war. To lead us there, our next guest, Bishop Herbert Mackenzie, is currently the senior pastor at the New Testament Church of God in Dudley and formerly senior pastor at Faith Tabernacle, Cheetham Hill. He was born in Jamaica and came to England in 1970 to join his parents in Birmingham. After attending college, he joined the Royal Air Force in 1972, serving for 12 years in areas such as Northern Ireland and Central America.
Hi everyone, my name is Bishop Herbert Mackenzie, the senior pastor of the New Testament Church of God in Dudley, West Midlands. I was formerly the senior pastor at the New Testament Church of God, Faith Tabernacle in Cheetham Hill in Manchester. I'm just here to just share with you just my experiences of military life. I joined the Royal Air Force in 1972, in September 1972, and I spent 12 years in the Royal Air Force. Really, just to say that it was quite an eye-opener, really joining an organization that I really knew very little of. I joined at 18, and it was quite an exciting time for me as a young person, but quite a difficult time, especially during that period in British history when race really was very much not so much on the agenda, but there was hardly any protection for Black people facing racism. This issue, you had the National Front, which was rampant at the time. And of course, some of that really seeped into the military. There were people that I met that was extremely racist, and that was quite a difficult time for me, having to struggle with that level of racism. I remember, I'm not going to call any names, but I remember one chap from East London, Cockney guy, about 6'6", and I was about 5'6", so it towered over me. Literally, I don't know where he got some of the names that he called me, but it was just that period that went on for years that I worked with him. But there was no protection really, because people who knew better and were more senior heard and did very little of it. So racism really in those early years was very rampant, and there were other people who would use racist language or comments and would laugh it off and say, well, if you can't take it, you shouldn't join. But that was quite a difficult time. I think some of my daily struggles was actually trying to manage that level of racism during the 70s. Basically where I served in North Yorkshire in Catterick, which is now part of the Army base there, Catterick Garrison, but also other parts of the country where I served. I served for nearly 3 years in Northern Ireland, but that was a lot friendlier. Some of the people I met was much friendlier over there. I think it's quite important, really, in the daily struggle, is not just fighting racism, but also as someone who just recently came up from Jamaica, or came up in 1970, and then 2 years later, there's me joining the military. So you have to fight a struggle with a new culture. You have to struggle with people who you're not very used to, people who surrounded you were mostly white. There were some Black guys as well, and they quickly became your friends. But the majority of the people that you're engaged with on a day-to-day basis were white, and so therefore you have to struggle with that kind of culture, struggle with the food as well. You're not used to that, being away from home and so on. But that was then. You quickly learn to adapt, you quickly learn to manage yourself well. I think if I want to give three advice to a young person wanting to join the military, first of all, is to make sure this is what you really want to do and the kind of role that you want to play when you enlist. You're going to meet all sorts of people in the military, and some will not be particularly nice to you. But if this is what you really want to do, then my advice is that when you join up, stick it out, because this is a decision I made when I was 18, and I initially signed up for 6 years and extended it to 12. I knew that's what I wanted. That's the second thing I want to say is that the military is a great place to make friends. I've formed some great friendships in the military. I came out in '84, about 37 years ago, and some of the people I met are still my friends today. So, so don't be a loner when you when you join up. Get involved, and you can get involved in all sorts of activities. I got involved. I played tennis for my base, for my station. Also got involved in athletics, 1500-meter runner, but also did cross country as well. And also represent my station. But also got involved in DJing. So in every station I was posted to, I quickly became the station DJ. The third thing I want to say is that you need to prepare yourself for a new way of life, because this is a more regimented way of life, but one that will give you a kind of discipline and structure that will last a lifetime. So you need to learn from all your experiences and aim to rise higher with every opportunity that you get. I've never regretted joining up for the 12 years I've spent, and I believe that you won't either. For me, yes, of course, it's difficult. Times have changed now from when I joined up. It's nearly 48 years ago, and so things have changed tremendously. And so I don't know what it's like in the military now, but when I came out in '84, things were beginning to change. But before that, in the '70s, it was very, very difficult times. I think it's a lot easier and a lot better now for people to actually manage themselves and manage the kind of lifestyle that you will meet in the military. So I hope this is useful, and may God bless you. Take care.
Hello, my name's Luke from the Glory MBE.
Mackenzie, thank you very much indeed for that presentation. There will now be a minute's silence in honor of Black soldiers lost in battles whenever and wherever. To give your life in defense of others is awesome. Please join us as we commemorate and celebrate Black soldiers lost in war. Thank you for observing that minute's silence. Our next guest is a bit of a legend. He says so himself. You may remember last year when we did this, we had a bit of fun with it. Now, my question is for the organizers is how long this is going to last, because it is now 6 minutes to 4. So I don't know how long. So I warn you, Mr. Sweeney, that we may jump in and interrupt you at any time. Linford Sweeney is a Black history educator and author who develops and delivers courses, talks, workshops, and advises on African and Caribbean culture and heritage. Through his business-inspired histories, he regularly delivers to educational, public, private, and community organizations throughout the UK and abroad. Time now for the Windrush quiz.
Thank you very much, Mike. I don't know about being a legend. I'm just doing what I believe is right. Making sure people are aware of the history of where we're coming from, what we're doing today, and how what we're doing today can add to tomorrow and to create even greater achievements for ourselves in this country and abroad. Okay, so where are we going to go with this? I've got 8 questions. Now, I believe that there are prizes, there may be prizes attached to these, the winner of this quiz. So people will have to be very particular in terms of thinking very carefully about what their answer will be. And they need to listen to the questions very, very carefully. Okay, so I believe I've got a few minutes to do this. So if you're all ready, I'm going to begin, and I'm going to give people probably about a minute to get to grips with this, maybe 30 seconds after the questions. Okay, I guess you can all hear me. Yep. Mike, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so my first question is, which country was the last stop in the Caribbean before the Windrush Empire arrived in Britain on the 21st of June, 1948? I'll read that again. Which country was the last stop in the Caribbean before the Windrush Empire arrived in Britain on the 21st of June, 1948? And I hope somebody will be, oh yes, post answers to the chat, yes. I hope somebody will be able to, maybe at the end of this, I'll give the answers to each question at the end of the 8 questions, if that's okay. So you've got about 30 seconds to put all of that into the chat. And let's see where we go from here.
Trudy is the first one with a name there. I don't know the answer to this, by the way. Many of the questions hasn't told me. So.
Right, interesting. Okay, I thought you would have, Mike.
You want to give us the next question, please, while people find out what that one was. What's the next question?
Okay, the next question is, this bakery, then based on Denmark Road in Mosside, was one of the first Caribbean-owned bakeries in Manchester. And I'm going to give you some. I've just realised that I'm actually seeing the multiple choice here. The first one, by the way, the multiple choice was Cuba, Jamaica, or Trinidad and Tobago. This second one, this bakery, then based on Denmark Road in Mosside, Manchester, was one of the first Caribbean-owned bakeries in Manchester. Is it Lawford's Bakery, A, or B, Billy's Bakery, or C, Macfresh Bakery? That makes it a little bit easier, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Okay.
Next question.
Next question. Question 3. In 1963, the Bristol Omnibus Company refused to employ Black or Asian bus crews, and this led to the Bristol bus boycott. What was the name of the leader of the boycott? Was it Harold Moody? Was it Paul Stephenson? Or was it Lord Pitt?
Okay, can we move on?
Okay, right. Question 4. Who in 1969 became Britain's first Black life peer in the House of Lords? Was it Sir Leary Constantine? That's A. B. Sir Bill Morris, or C. Lord Pitt? That's Sir Leary Constantine, Sir Bill Morris, or Lord Pitt.
And question number 5.
Question number 5. This one should get the old grey matters working. In a landmark case, what was the name given to the men and women, including Darkasau, who went on trial in London for allegedly inciting a riot during a protest march in 1970 against police brutality? Was it A, Brixton 5, B, Mangrove 9, or C, Ladbroke 7?
Ooh, lots of answers on that one. Next question.
Next question. Which question is this? Is this 5? No, 6. Question 6. In which year was Britain's first Black female MP, Diane Abbott, elected to Parliament? I just want the year. Was it 1979, 1983, or 1987?
Okay, next, please.
Ooh, interesting. And the penultimate question, in 1989, he became the first African Caribbean person in Britain to hold the position of Director of Education in the London Borough of Hackney. Was it Wally Brown? Was it Roy Blackman? Or was it Gus John?
And the final question, number 8.
Okay. The final question, in 2002, who became Manchester's first Caribbean Lord Mayor? Was it Lucita Brandy, Roy Walters, or Whit Stennett?
Okay, now get those answers in as quickly as you can into the chat, okay? And somebody will collate all of this. Is it okay if I come back to you, Linford?
It is.
The answers, and then we announce the winner right after that.
Okay.
Excellent. Thanks very much indeed. So keep those answers coming in on the chat. Somebody in the back office will collate all of that, see who got all 8 correct, or 7 or 6, whichever it is. Our next guest, Kemoy Walker, has been establishing projects that bring together and inspire young people in the local community. For 15 years, Kemoy Walker's youth work in the community, running a popular youth club for young people, setting up activities to keep young people off the streets. He founded the performing arts group Kaiso, which is made up of around 89 young people from Moss Side. And Kemoy is a Moss Side ambassador, driving force behind the foundation of the Manchester Youth Council, prompting young people to engage in their community. Please welcome Kemoy Walker. There he is.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's a pleasure again to see you. I keep seeing you at a lot of these amazing events, so thank you very much for that. Before I begin, can you hear me, Mike?
Yes, I can.
Brilliant. So before I begin, I just want to say a massive thank you to Khan last night, who came out and supported the talent. We've done like a little mini talent show at the Powerhouse that actually Khan and a few of the student nurses organized, and it was really good, fantastic turnout, and they came to watch 7 young people perform, and obviously rewarded them with a prize as well. So it's just great. And I've always encouraged, and I'll keep saying that if any of you guys are free to come out anytime to any of our youth sessions at the Powerhouse or Trinity House, please get in touch, because it's always great for young people to see other people as well that look like them, you know, that can share their journey and experiences. So I just want to thank you to those people that have been supportive. Really appreciate it. Right, I've been asked, I'm going to just look on the document. I've been asked to read out the Black presence in Manchester. So I've got a few people's names on here and just a bit of background about them. So there's about, let me have a look, there's about 10 people on there, but it's short and sweet, but it just kind of gives you a bit of background about them. So I'll start with number 1, which is Ira Aldridge. In 1863, that year, that Ira Aldridge, African-American actor, became a British citizen, President Lincoln wrote a letter of thanks to Manchester's working people for pledging their support to the union's pro-abolition stance. In 1827, Manchester Art Gallery acquired a painting of Ira Aldridge, who in that same time, age 19, had 2-week residence in the city. The portrait of Othello, The Moor of Venice by James Norcott, 1826, was purchased 6 months later. Ira Aldridge went on to play many great Shakespearean roles and became the first Black owner of a theatre in Britain, and was best known for being the first Black actor to play Othello. It was his Othello that that was brought to Manchester in 1827. So that's Ira Aldridge. Number 2, Pablo Fanti. Known as the circus owner who entertained Manchester and inspired the Beatles, Pablo Fanti, a master circus performer and circus owner, was born in Norwich in 1910, the son of an African father and an English mother. He spent much of his life in Greater Manchester. In his 40s, he established himself in Wigan and over 3 decades toured the country with his own show and was accepted and loved by British audiences, celebrated by the press and admired for his big heart. The benefits for Mr. Kite's show, commemorated by the Beatles, was one of many fundraising Fanti staged for circus folk. He died at the Britannia Inn in a pub which was then in Stockport in 1871. Number 3 is Arthur Wharton. An extremely talented athlete and footballer, he played football when the game was at its infancy and became Britain's first Black professional footballer. It is said that he was a royal Ghanaian lineage on his mother's side, and at the age of 17, having come to Britain to pursue studies as a Methodist missionary, he instead chose to become a sportsman. At the Amateur League Association Champions in 1886, Wharton set the 10-second record for the 100-yard dash. In addition, he set record time cycling between Blackburn and Preston, played cricket professionally for his teens until his 50s, and made, in addition to the record time cycling between Blackburn and Preston, played cricket professionally for his teens until his 50s and made rugby union appearances. He played football for Stockport County FC and settled in Stockport. Number 4 was Edward Theophilus Nelson, born 1874 in British Ghana. Nelson became one of the first West Indians to be called to the bar in England. Educated at Oxford University from 1898, he later established a legal practice at 74 King Street, Manchester. In 1910, he was defense barrister in a dramatic case at Duckingfield, Cheshire, the murder of George Harriston, the Goss Hall murder case, later known as the Staley Bridge murder. He successfully defended his client. In 1990, Nelson was retained by the London-based African Progress Union to defend 15 Liverpool black men charged with riotous assembly and assault in the aftermath of the race riots in Liverpool in the summer of 1919. where a black seaman, Charles Wootton, was also murdered in 1913. He was a Conservative councillor for South West Ale and remained a councillor until his death in 1940. He then became a prominent figure in the public life of Ale. He's buried in Altrincham Cemetery, Ale. Len Johnson is number 5. Johnson, born in 1902, a prominent boxer and later social justice activist, was the son of a seaman from Sierra Leone and her Irish mom, who then grew up in the working class Clayton in Manchester. On rising to become one of Britain's greatest boxers, Johnson was denied his rightful place in history because his boxing regulations of the time stipulated that title contenders had to have 2 white parents. He was prevented from a title shot by a colour bar. After World War II, Johnson became a prominent local left-wing and anti-racist activist, a friend of the great American campaigner and actor Paul Robeson. Johnson attended the 5th Pan-African Conference in Manchester in 1945, but despite his talents, strong convictions and standing in the community, Johnson worked for many years as a bus driver and died at Waterloo Street in Oldham. Number 6, T. Ras McConan. He was a Guyanese-born Pan-African financier, an activist in 1935. McConan moved to Europe where he met Councillor James, Haile Selassie, and Paul Robeson, and later moved to Manchester where he opened 4 restaurants, a bookshop, and an inclusive nightclub. Among his 62 employers was Jomo Kenyatta, who went on to become president of Kenya. He also owned several houses which he let to black people who could find nowhere else to live. The profits from his businesses went towards his political work. McConan co-organized and helped to finance the 5th Pan-African Congress convened in Manchester in 1945. Number 7 is Sir William Arthur Lewis. The Nobel Prize winner was born in St. Lucia. At the age of just 33, he became Britain's first black professor, coming to work at the University of Manchester in 1948, where he remained in Manchester until 1957. Lewis was an expert in developing economies, and in his career predicted the path of China's development, warned of the cost of racism and exploiting the poor, and was an advisor to governments across the world, including Ghana and its independence in 1958. Lewis, who was knighted in 1963, went on to teach at Princeton and received the Nobel Prize for Economics in 1979. Was one of the several black intellects living in north of England in his first half of the 20th century that included C.R.L. James, the famous historian, and West Indian cricketer and barrister Larry Constantine. He did a lot for Moss Side, including establishing the West Indian Sports and Social Club. Manchester University's Arthur Lewis Building commemorates him. Number 8 is Diane Modal. Diane, born to Jamaican parents in Manchester, had an athletics career that saw her winning 3 medals in the Commonwealth Games, including gold in the 800 meter 1990. After a illustrious career, Diane decided to use her experience to give back to the community by establishing the Manchester-based Diane Modal Sports Foundation. The foundation gives opportunity to sports coaching and mentoring to young people, aspiring athletes, including opportunities to those from underprivileged backgrounds. Diane, a committed fighter, determined fighter throughout her career, having been falsely accused of failing a drug test. Number 9 was Louise de Cordia. Louise, one of the pioneers of the Windrush generation and a stalwart in Manchester's then fleeing black community, was amongst many of the ex-servicemen and women, professionals, students, seamen, factory workers and nurses that settled in the city back then. She was aged 21 years old when she arrived to Britain from Jamaica in 1955 and immediately embarked on a nursing career. Amid a background of overt racism at the time, to become the first black senior nursing officer in Manchester. She went on to even older and even more senior position, associate consultant within the health service. She was a staunch and dedicated anti-racism campaigner, and her unyielding commitment to working for and the wider community as a campaigner for equality in education, health, women-based issues, and housing for black people led to her serve as a JP and Deputy Lord Lieutenant of Manchester, among many other important positions. She was instrumental in the establishment of the Arawak Housing Association, now Arawak Walton Housing Association. Sadly, she passed away, age 73, in 2008. The Louise Decodia Education Trust still bears her name today. And last but not least, number 10 is Lem Cisse. People's poet, author, and broadcaster Lem Cisse is currently Chancellor of the University of Manchester, but had an earlier emerged as a young poet. From Hume's legendary 1980s counterculture, having grown up in the care system in Wigan, he endured such terrible experience like many greater Mancunians who went through children's homes at that time, but his strength of character and determination overcame the trauma to become a literary legend. To date, he has published many books that have stirred the hearts and minds of people, young and old alike. Thank you very much. That's it from me in terms of naming those 10. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the event. And again, a massive thank you to Khan for the great work that they continue to do within these meetings that they do. I'm involved in so many, but again, it's all about offering life chances to people and mitigating disadvantage and ensuring that everyone has a fair chance. So a massive thanks to Khan for inspiring, and all the other people on this call, including you, Linford, and a few other people that spoke. You guys inspire me to obviously be that person that inspires the next generation. So without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do the work that I do. So I hope you know that behind the work that I do is inspired pretty much by the work that you guys do. So keep up the good work, and thank you very much for what you do. God bless.
Kimoy Walker and his Black Achievers list. Thank you very much indeed. Now, time is definitely moving on. We're now about 15 minutes over, still a couple of things to be done. The first one is this. Let's present Lorna Roberts, Louise from the Louise Decodia Education Trust.
Salute Chief Eloise Edwards, MBE, MA Honours, by Dion Heron. African Queen, to whom family, community and culture mean much. From births so many across the world, your benevolence has touched. A stoic role model for Black women, but sterling example for all. When inequality raised its head in its many forms, Chief, you stood tall. Guyanese-born wife of Beresford Edwards, aka Nana Bonsu, and mother of 4 sons, Mama Edwards, tireless community and civil rights campaigner across decades, second to none. The Partner Savings Club was instrumental in your early years in Britain, combating financial strife. It paid for your passage from the Caribbean to join your husband and start a new life. In 1961, you established yourself in the terraced houses of the Moss Side community of old and began to fight for equality in the mother country's debilitating weather of ice and cold. The Rag and Bone Man, black and white TV, coal flyers with smoking chimneys and thick obscure fog, unoffensive signs born of hate and ignorance in windows saying, no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. With Family for Cricket, you travelled on coaches linking England's West Indian community centres, rallies, demonstrations and marches against injustice. A vital role with other pioneering Black mentors. For the racism of the narrow-minded and unaware in every aspect of our lives was rife. In Enoch Powell's dark political era of rivers of blood, it was difficult being a supportive wife, mother and wife. With music, Caribbean food, drink and jovial camaraderie, community support kept many sane. The sub-parties provided stability, reassurance, and allowed trampled esteem to be regained. At the forefront of the formation of WIOCC Carmel Road, your precious time was the only price. providing education and leisure activities, as well as housing, employment, and legal advice. Who can forget the terrifying race riots of 1991, the fires, broken glass and looting, when sus laws or stop and search gave police power, there were no guns then and no shootings. The role you played in Abasindi Cooperative in treating the wounded regardless of colour, just quietly showing the authorities who truly had compassion and real enduring power. With Kwanzaa celebrations, proudly you upheld the justice of Pan-Africanism and the power of unity. Activists, business support, cultural and family advice services, enduring glue of the Black community. Today we salute you, Chief Mama Eloise Edwards, MBE, pioneer and true community champion.
Run with me, run with me, run with me. Across the blended aqua turquoise rivers of St. Catherine, Jamaica. Louise, they call me. And so do you, although you will amend expressing an dressing in Mrs. Fly with me, land with me, walk with me. I know that you can hear my voice now, but can you see my eyes? Cobbled, brown and wide, they look upon the ward where I stand on and in the title, Superintendent of District Nurses. First, I led midwife, mother, community activist, campaigner, Mrs. to the community. I created with illumination and continue to burn, guide, motivate, educate, empower. Run with me, run with me, run with me. Justice, walk with me, walk with me. Link the arms of the social, political, anti-racist community we saw. My name is Louise Dakakodia.
Representatives there from Louise Dakakodia Education Trust. Our next guest is Anthony Brown from Windrush Defenders. He's a co-founder and chairman of the Preston Windrush Generation and Descendants UK. He's a member of the Home Office's Windrush Stakeholder Advisory Group and a member of Windrush National Organization. Windrush Defender Legal conducts pro bono weekly surgeries to assist victims of the Windrush scandal to apply for documentation to confirm their legal status and then apply for compensation. Anthony Brown from Windrush Defenders.
Thank you, Mike. When the Windrush scandal first broke in the news in 2018, we saw people being that was said to have lost their jobs, that they'd been put in detention, and they'd been deported. Now that was very, very worrying. It's something that I nearly experienced myself back in 1983. I was threatened with deportation because I'd lived outside the country for more than 2 years. Even though I'd grown up here, my family had come here when I was 6. I'd gone to school, went to the local grammar school, And then my dad decided that because of the situation at the time in the UK, children were being put in schools for the educationally subnormal. They weren't given the kind of support and encouragement that he had had in the Caribbean. And so he took us back to Jamaica, and I went to Jamaica College. My dad lectured at the College of Arts, Science and Technology in Jamaica, but I'd always felt a close affinity to the UK. So I returned in 77 and then tried to go to university. But after writing to the Home Office, they told me that I was an illegal immigrant. They wrongly told me that, and they threatened to deport me. An anti-deportation campaign was waged, and I was given indefinite leave to remain. Roll on a number of years, and 2018 scandal broke. The news had my full attention. A lot of people had supported me in the community, including Gus John, who chaired my anti-deportation campaign, and Beresford Edwards, who led marches, and also Councillor Whit Stennett, who took me to see Winston Churchill, who was the MP at the time, and he had the grandson of Winston Churchill. Yeah, he was the MP for Stretford, and he wrote to Mrs. Thatcher to get me to be allowed to stay. But so I had some experience of this whole thing. And so when people in Moss Side were calling meetings, a group calling themselves Windrush Defenders were organizing public meetings, and they asked me to speak at that meeting. And a number of us got together and started organizing surgeries to help people who had been affected by the Windrush scandal. So Amber Rudd had said in Parliament in 2018 that the Windrush generation were British in all but legal status, and that they needed to be treated differently. She'd made a number of promises that people could come back, people could resolve their statuses. But 3 years on, we find ourselves with the scandal still rumbling on. We now have another scandal in terms of the compensation scheme, in that people are waiting over 2 years to get compensated. People are even dying before they can get compensated. 21 people have died waiting for compensation. So what's gone wrong, and what can we do about it? Well, it's all to do with the law. When we came here as citizens of the United Kingdom and colonies. So the British government passed the British Nationality Act in 1948 that gave us all this status. So whether you came from Jamaica, Trinidad, or Scotland or Wales, you all had the same status. But then as the islands became independent, that status was revoked. Not many people knew about it. You did have the option to register as a British citizen, but that was taken away in 1988. And then when the 2014 Act was passed, the Immigration Act 2014, it then required people to have documents showing their legal status before they could access healthcare, before they could keep their jobs. And so that's why people started to lose their jobs. But the promises that were made in Parliament was that people would be treated differently. And so the Windrush scheme was put in place, but what that is a naturalization scheme. So you can apply to the Windrush scheme, and I did, but then I was given a naturalization certificate. And that means that I have to accept that I was a foreigner before I applied. And what's happening is that because of the way the law is, you have to be in the country 5 years before you can apply. But, people have been deported, people have been refused re-entry. How can they apply to a scheme that requires them to be in a country for 5 years when they've been unlawfully deported. So what we're saying is that's irrational. It's not fit for purpose. And what we've done is we've applied to the Royal Courts of Justice for a judicial review to have the courts declare the scheme to be not fit for purpose. Additionally, we're saying that the compensation scheme isn't working as it should. People are taking too long to get paid. The bureaucracy behind it is just huge. 150 hours per claim it takes. Administrators take on average 150 hours to decide a claim. Now, that's just, a scandal in itself. And so we want to see a situation where reparations are paid rather than compensation. So we're saying that what the government did in passing these laws was discriminatory. These laws specifically targeted people who didn't have a father or grandfather born in the UK. When there were citizens equally, they were discriminated against, and for that reason, reparations should be paid. We're also including a duty on the public bodies and large private sector organizations to tackle race disparity. So the government produces a race disparity audit showing how African Caribbeans are the bottom of the scale in education, in criminal justice, in health, and other areas, but nothing is done to tackle these disparities. And so our Windrush Act, as we're calling it, would put a duty on public bodies and large private sector organizations to tackle these disparities. It would also create what we're calling a Commonwealth Community Cohesion Fund, so that some of the work that would need to go in to deal with these disparities could be quite costly. And so if you haven't got that fund, then you can't really do the work. It's like disabled access. You can legislate to have disabled access, but if there isn't a fund so that you can build a ramp or improve access, then you're not really going to be tackling the issue. And so we believe that our proposals are things that the government should look at, but we need the community to be aware and also to support what's done, and to start to organize and speak to their MPs, because if we don't ask our MPs to do things, then guess what? They won't do anything. And so this is what we're doing at the moment. So thank you for listening.
Anthony Brown from Windrush Defenders. Just a couple more items and then we'll be done. First up, let's go back and join Jasmine, who you may remember was cooking some food. Jasmine, are you there? There you are.
Hello everyone, yes, I'm back, thank you. So I've finished cooking my dishes. I've actually put them all in Tupperware now because they were completely done a while ago. So the chicken curry is completely finished now, so just kind of put it in Tupperware so that can be frozen for about a month and defrosted as and when needed to. So I just wanted to talk about portion sizes really quickly. So as you can see, I've assembled my bowl here. So I've got my rice and peas, about 1 tablespoon. I've got my 2 pieces of chicken with the curry sauce. And then just to fill out the plate as well, I've made a vegetable salad using the chocha and the cucumber, which I mentioned earlier. Really important, I wanted to say, with the rice and peas, one of the reasons why it's really good to have in a staple diet or just to kind of routinely have within a Caribbean diet is we've got the source of protein from the beans, which in itself means that we're taking less carbohydrates, be it the rice, and we're substituting that or compensating that with the bean portion of the rice and pea dish. With the chicken, like I said, so in the cooking process, I didn't actually put any salt in it because a lot of the pre-made seasonings already have salt in there. So one of the really important things to do is actually add salt to taste. In our diets, we already have quite a lot of salt through processed foods, be it bread, snacks, and things like that. So if we are cooking anything from fresh, try to avoid adding salt in the cooking process, and if necessary, add it right at the end. I've just measured out here what 6 grams of salt would actually look like. So that's actually our intake for the day. Within the Black Caribbean community, we have a high percentage or high rate of conditions such as hypertension, and we know that that's very closely associated with high salt intake in the diet. So one of the main reasons that we do, so one of the first line treatments to try and reduce hypertension, be it prior to medication or alongside medication, is to reduce our salt intake. And one of the things we can do that is just by reducing the amount of added salt we put in our food. Also just looking at the labels within any pre-mixed spices that we use in our cooking. So that's it, guys. That's my dish. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the Windrush webinar that we have today. If you have any questions, please do put in the chat and I'll try and get back to you. Thank you. Someone said it looks yummy. Thank you. I'm going to tuck into it now, actually.
Just before you go, one word answer, okay? There's been a bit of discussion on the chat about this. Black-eyed peas or pigeon peas? Which way do you go?
So I've always grown up with black-eyed peas, but in takeaways, in kind of a lot of Caribbean restaurants, pigeon peas and kidney beans are the most popular. But to be honest, they're both really great sources of animal-free protein and also a way to increase fiber in your diet. So either or is absolutely fine. They're both as equally as healthy.
Jasmine, thank you very much indeed, and do enjoy that food. And notice none of it's coming this way, but never mind. We have to wind up. We have to wind up the competition. I hope that our very special guest has got a winner. We will see. Linford, are you there?
I certainly am.
Okay, we've got to be quick. So what have we got?
I think somebody else was actually working on it. I'm hoping somebody else was working on it.
Well, can you go through the answers, please, the correct answer?
I'll go through the answers. That would be the best thing. Question 1. Which country was the last stop in the Caribbean before the Windrush arrived in Britain? It was Jamaica. Kingston, Jamaica. Okay. The second question, which bakery was on Denmark Road, one of the first Caribbean-owned bakeries in Manchester? Lawford's Bakery. Okay. I'm just trying to get my screen working. Question 3. The leader at the time of the Bristol bus boycott was Paul Stevenson. Question 4. Britain's first Black Life Peer was Sir Leary Constantine. Okay. The next question, question 5. The landmark case regarding that Darkasau was involved in was the Mangrove 9. Answer to question 6. In which year was Britain's first Black female MP, Diane Abbott, elected to Parliament? It was 1987. Question 7. The first African Caribbean person in Britain to hold the position of Director of Education was Gus John. Okay. And finally, question 8, in 2002, it was Roy Walters who became Manchester's first Caribbean Lord Mayor.
Linford, thank you very much indeed. We'll go to our final couple of items, and hopefully by then it'll be all sorted and we'll be able to announce.
Okay.
Thanks very much indeed. Our next guest, well, it's actually a musical performance, Heart and Soul Project Choir. This choir was set up with the purpose of bringing people together, especially in a time where limited social interaction was leading to loneliness and depression. It is aimed at individuals who've had a love for singing and wanted to stay a safe space to sing their blues away. Their first project had participants from UK, Germany, and Kenya. The 10-week project, led by Zena Taylor and Brenda Okioga, started in March 2021 and was completed in May of 2021 with a production and release of the project song One Call Away.
We are living
Heart and Soul Project Choir. And that'll pretty much do it for me for today. We've got a few words from Charles, some closing remarks, and then another musical performance from the Dementia Choir. And hopefully before Charles finishes, he'll be able to let us have the name of the winner. If not, we will publish it somewhere and you can find out who it is. Can I thank you very much indeed for being with us, and hand over now to Charles Kwaku Adoy, DL. Charles.
Thanks a lot, Mike. And, just to say thanks, a massive thanks to everyone, for your time. I know we've gone way over time, but great to still see over 60 people on the call. So first of all, I want to thank everyone who is presented, whether it's Jasmine, Anthony for sharing your story, Linford for the quiz, Auntie Elaine, for being on there, but also legend, Mike Shaft for, coming back year after year and hosting, the events that we do. So, where are we now? Vaccination, we know, is a big thing in the community. Sadly, our community is still the community that has the lowest uptake. So we are way behind all others. So, let's spread the word. Mike has had his 2 jabs. I've had my 2. Faye has, I'm sure Auntie Lane has, and many of us have had it, and we're still here and still speaking English and still safe. So, please make sure you grab a jab this weekend, as, many pop-up clinics have opened. We're grateful to all our partners who continue to fund what we do, and year after year, they chip it into the pot. So grateful to Greater Manchester Health and Social Care Partnership, One Manchester, Transport for Greater Manchester, Greater Manchester Mental Health Trust, and many others, Near Neighbors, Resource and Racial Justice, and all that. But more importantly, grateful to the community for the vote of confidence you give us week after week, whether it's with the health, where we're incredibly grateful for the doctors and, clinicians who give their time, to empower us and help people make those informed decisions. And to our wonderful, amazing nurses, who have been working tirelessly before the pandemic. We're so grateful for your time. Now we are at a place where, we're going to be putting jabs in the arms. So Khan has been commissioned in Salford. We're going to have our volunteer marshals. We'll have our own admin people. We'll have our own nurses, putting jabs in the arms. And it's just incredible. So therefore, we have been really swamped. And there are other areas across the country, including London, where we've been asked to turn around a proposal within 24 hours to support, in those localities. So, thanks to all those in Greater Manchester, Khan is growing. We've gone national now, and we're going to take lots of learning from here. But our commitment to the community is we will never compete. We will always seek to collaborate with other Black-led organizations. We will work respectfully. It doesn't matter how big we grow, and we've seen, a huge growth during the pandemic, but we will remain true to our values, cooperating, respecting, our faith and community leaders and those who have gone ahead of us, because in Africa, we believe in those, giving respect to our elderly and to the older people, and we will continue in that vein. So just to say massive thanks. And also, I just want to say huge thanks to the amazing volunteers who gave time for today, but also the staff team who have been working so hard. I know I go to meetings and I agree stuff, and then I come to you and say, how do we fix it? Because it's already been signed off, and you step up to the plate. So thank you for all you do. And we're delighted that Khan, we are a living wage employer. We treat our staff really well and make sure nobody's paid minimum wage. And we want to remain true to that. On the 30th of September, we'll have the launch event for Black History Month, which Andy is committed to making it a civic event. But this year, the focus will be on the Black Pound. We want to make a strong statement as a community that we're not interested in just handouts. We have talented people. We have incredible people with skill and businesses. And sometimes all they need is a bit of capital injection or, just doors to open for them. And so that will be our focus. And Andy is committed to supporting that initiative, Sir Warren Smith has also committed, and we want to see that grow. So we're going to be running series of monthly events where we showcase Black business owners. We want to get our Black doctors, senior consultants who have private practice. We want to get them to come out. And we're even thinking, possibly arrange with them a scheme where our Black people get discount for private care, because this health inequalities thing we're talking about has been historic, and it will take a multi-pronged approach in order to address that. So, we'll be having conversations with our Black, consultants, and make sure that, whilst we're doing some of the, community building, capacity building stuff, then, they are there making sure our people are living longer. And finally, if you haven't applied for the Global Majority Fund, once again, Khan, trailblazing, first time in many, many, many decades that a Black-led organization is giving funding to Black-led organizations across Greater Manchester. So we're giving out 290,000. And if you haven't applied, next Sunday is the deadline. You can either put in for 5,000, 10 or 15. And we have been very clear. All we just want to do is have a process, but give money to community-led organizations to go out there and do what you're great and amazing at doing. So once again, thanks everyone. Thanks to Mike Shaft. Thanks to, you all for your patience and for staying with us. And I think the final piece is from Dementia Choir, people living with dementia, but yes, still, they doing some amazing stuff and coming together and inspiring others. So thanks everyone. Thanks to the board as well, Faye, your leadership and your support. Yes, I come with wacky ideas, but you're always there to provide incredible support. And, I'm so grateful for that, and the rest of the directors who are not here. So, Sir Major, our technical man, thanks for what you do, and to all the team. So we can watch the Dementia Choir, and then hopefully, I hope Sunday we have a winner that Mike could announce before we leave.
Oh my God, now that I'm old and dorsome, consider all the world thy hands have made. I see the church, I hear the rolling thunder throughout the universe displays. It's a nice place and people are very friendly. And people that can't get out, when they get out here, meet other people. Some people are very lonely. And to come and find somewhere like this where everybody are friendly, they feel better. Some people has nowhere to go, and God is good for something like this to be on, where other people can come and meet other people to talk to. When sings my soul, my Savior, go to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art.
And thank you very much indeed to the dementia. And that'll do it for, and yes, we do have a winner. It's Trudy. Trudy, congratulations. You are the winner of the competition. Thank you very much indeed to you for being with us today. And lots of information about Khan and about what we do is online. Go there, put the letters in, and find out more about us. Thank you. Thanks to Charles and to Faye and everybody else who worked so hard to make this happen. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Sometimes our students might struggle, they may not be getting the full support that they need, and so sometimes they'll come into school not quite ready. So we as a school have to make sure that we are catering for that.
A lot of our children in this area can't afford to go and pay £5–10 a week, a month on training, and I think this project is absolutely amazing.
I suppose it came from that aspiration for us to give our students the very best, and recognising that working with DMSF and working with the quality of coaches that we were getting there, that was offering our students something different, something more than we could give them as a school.
The partnership that we've got with DMSF and Seed Amount is programmes that suit our students, and our students get something out of every activity that they do.
Some students' attendance has risen quite a lot since they've been involved in the DMSF project.
Some of our students have really come out of the shell, not just in the sporting aspect, but in the academic side of things in school, which is really nice for us to see.
It's given me courage, it's given me confidence, and it's just motivated me, and it's just like helped me to be who I want to be. I didn't really talk to anyone and didn't really get involved in much because I was shy, and now I get involved in everything.
When we're with Bex doing sports, she teaches discipline and how to behave.
The DMSF really helped me get that perseverance to get the basketball team going.
Sometimes you have to lead the group, if not lead the drills, and you have to communicate with each other, and you have to be confident, because if you don't believe in yourself, you can't do it, and if you're not confident, you're just going to be shy.
DMSF in total has helped me improve me as a person and in all sports in general.
I feel like DMSF is not only just a group, but it's a family, because we have really tight bonds and we know how to speak to each other and take care of each other.
Giving students the very best isn't about giving to the very best students. It's about giving all students the very best. It's having those experiences with DMSF to then becoming leaders within the school, leaders within the community.
Want me around. She's got something to hide. I think she wants a clown, someone to take for a ride. But I keep telling her I'm too experienced to be taking for a stroll, to experience someone to rock and roll, to experience to be taking for a ride, and I know it's not my foolish bride.
I took the vaccine because I believe in its safety. I believe in its safety not because the government is telling us. I believe in its safety because I did my own independent research and looked into what goes into making the vaccine and setting it up and the rigorous tests that were done. I also listened to the medical professions that were brought on by CAN to have conversations and answer questions about concerns the community had about the vaccine safety and its implications for various other things. Putting all of that together, I believe that it is safer to be vaccinated, so that for myself and for my family and for people around me to be able to get out of this pandemic as quickly as possible than not.
Hi everyone, I've just had the first jab of the vaccine. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take a video or a photo whilst I was having it, which is a real shame, but I've had it. This is my card, saying I've had the first vaccine, and I will be coming back for the jab when I have an invitation. It might be perhaps in May. But as many of you know, from the Caribbean African Health Network, we've been encouraging people to take up the offer of having the vaccination. So when that was extended to us this week, I just snapped up the opportunity. I'm just at the first jab. I'm fine. I'm about to walk back to the car and head home. So for those who are yet to make up their minds, I just want to encourage you. It's pretty straightforward. And, if you have any concerns, you can call the CAN helpline 07710 022 382. Thank you.
Oh my.
How great Bye.